I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Penis. All right, there we go. Yes, I'm working on it. Thank you. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm used to StreamYard kicking out my audio every 4 days for no fucking reason whatsoever. Me not changing a single gosh darn setting on my computer. Don't worry. I'm used to starting stream and looking down at the bottom left to see if the mic is working. Okay. So, let's do this. Patriarch says, what's up, morning? Christian Lawyer says, in the future for topics that are this contentious, I would recommend you turning off live chat at the beginning and just speaking with Pisco. I think you looking at chat negatively affected the debate. It did. 100% it did. I said, I would think that, let me tell you what pisses me off. And, you know, we can just be upset together. Okay. You can be upset with me. I can be upset with chat. We can take it from there, okay? I feel like we've built a pretty intimate community. And that's like 50 to 60 people. And of course, we bump up to 100 before everybody else is live, and we get up to 150 depending on the topic. And then on spicy topics, we get up to 200 to 300. But realistically, let's just be real. For every conservatarian in there, there's like 2 or 3 liberals. And I think what the liberals have done over the past year to 2 years, but realistically like 3, right? Maybe 4. I've been in here for a while. Is that they trust me, typically, not yesterday, but they trust me to like check their bullshit, right? Where the liberals are saying something fucking crazy, and then I go, hey, that's fucking crazy. And then they go, oh, you know what? You're right. Maybe that is a little crazy. You know, Connor isn't like a total bad faith, see you next Tuesday, piece of shit, MAGA dick sucker. So I'll actually go ahead and like listen to what he has to say and see if I can put it into my worldview and see if I can improve my worldview and, you know, modify it a little bit so I'm more effective as a participant in the American political zeitgeist. I think that's actually my role. I think a lot of people who do say they value what I do, that's typically, they're like, hey, I don't agree with everything you say, but I appreciate that you're, you know, you try to say it as it is and blah, 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 blah. So thanks for always, you know, saying what needs to be said rather than just, you know, jerking off the right or jerking off the left. You know, I get that comment a lot. But what's funny is that I do trust the cog, and I do trust that the cog trusts me. Or if they don't trust me, if they're like, hey, Connor, you're off on this topic, then they'll at least give me the benefit of the doubt that I'm not just saying it to say it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just saying it to say it. I'm saying it because I believe it. You know what I'm saying? And so I think what pissed me off about yesterday's debate before it even started was that I knew that there were a bunch of, like, I wish I could just cuss, man. I wish I could just use ableist slurs. I wish I could just use homophobic slurs right now. I just knew that there was that like snide, smug liberal in my chat, not listening to a single fucking word I'm saying and going, you think that cops can just execute? Dude, I just got that comment this morning. And yeah, I understand like 30% of people are just fucking with me, right? 30% of me, 30% of the people who are saying that shit are just saying that shit to fuck with me, throw me off my game, piss me off, you know, get me off balance, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that. But I also think that the reason why that comment is so prevalent is because there are just a bunch of dumb motherfuckers. There are just a bunch of dumb, self-interested, myopic, NPC, non-mind palace people motherfuckers, and they exist in this space, and they're see you next Tuesdays, man. I wish I could just say that, man. I wish I could just say that. That would get the emotional catharsis rolling. If I could use the F slur and the C slur right now, that would actually get the emotional catharsis out, where I could be like, hey, you're an F slur, you're a C slur, KYS, I'm gonna KMS, you know, like I could get the emotions out. But because I'm restrained both by terms of service and by maintaining employment in order to not use the F slur or the C slur, you know, I have all this like built up like emotional energy right here, and it's like I don't want it. I want to give it to chat. You know, I want to give my negative emotional energy to chat while being funny about it. But you know, is what it is. Oh, wow, Connor, so true. Blame Doobie, excuses. Hey, Connor, still trigger happy today? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, not for, like, banning regular people. That's not what I'm trigger happy for. What I'm trigger happy for is calling people C slurs and F slurs. I'm not going to. I'll call them the C slur or the F slur or see you next Tuesdays or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely in that mood. But we're kind of going to do a palate cleanser. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about in reference to live and learn, in my opinion, squandering a political moment because they're so liberal and myopic, and the progressives always grab the Overton window wheel and twist it in one direction that seems to dedicate it to totally fucking up their normal electoral political chances, but that's okay. We'll talk about that later. Christian Lara says, I would also recommend that you find a better way to differentiate your opinion versus what officer would say. Police report. I understand your opinions. Leo's colors of law, getting it. Yeah, but Christian Valaris, that's what Pisco was asking for, and it made the conversation worse. Because that's the thrust of my opinion is you're fucked. Okay? Take liberals and progressives based on current case law, you are fucked. Just take that opinion and just like roll it in your brain ad nauseum. Okay. So even if you say, hey, Connor, do you think this officer was acting in good faith, or do you think he got sand in his vagina? Then I'm going to say sand in his vagina. But then what Pisco was doing, which did end up pissing me off about halfway through the debate, he's like, well, you also agree that he had sand in his vagina. Therefore, this is illegal. Therefore, he's going to jail. And it's like, no, that's not what I said. What I said is there's how it's going to be written, there's what I perceive, and then there's what you perceive. And what I'm saying is how it's going to be written is how it's going to be presented to a jury. And if it even gets to a jury, it's probably not even getting to a jury. So how it's written is going to prevent it from getting to a jury. And then even if it made it to a jury, it's still going to be dismissed. So it doesn't fucking matter. And like, and here's the other, it actually, me feeling anything doesn't fucking matter. And you feeling anything doesn't matter. What matters is what's going to happen. And if you want to take your feelings and you want to take my feelings and you want to channel it into political action, then sure, let's do that. Let's create our own anti-police brutality super PAC and give me $1 million instead of 8 Can't Wait, which is going fucking nowhere. Make me the police brutality czar, and I'll write up policies, and I'll write up standards, and I'll write up legislation that actually makes fucking sense. But the truth is, the liberals and the progressives who have the most amount of energy in order to reform law enforcement, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, including lawyers, including Destiny, apparently. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Dude, we spent 20 minutes on intention in reference to use of force. It was totally irrelevant. And yet, because some of y'all are so confident, but so confidently wrong, that you just like waste our political energy and time. It pisses me the fuck off. Christian Valera says, it's my opinion you describing the first officer as having sand in his pussy, i.e. escalation of violence through forceful push to the ground, reductive, even if self-explanatory. Yeah, but that's where I would say that my description didn't like my opinion didn't help. Right? My opinion didn't help because then Pisco used my opinion as a way to say, oh, well, this is illegal then. And it's like, no, it's not. It's not illegal. Grassroots 5 says Hutch had the only non-deranged opinion of this group. Fatwa on leftoids. The libtards are good folks. Whew. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Christian Blair says, also, you could provide reasoning as to why inaccurate info by the Leo in a police report would probably downplay any court precedent. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days. I can tell. I just don't. It's like I don't know, man. It's like going to your local butcher and being like, "Hey, give me the guts still filled with shit." And I'm like, "You don't want the guts still filled with shit, okay? You want me to take these things, empty the shit, clear the stuff, and then you want me to like grind it up and turn it into sausage." And you're like, "No, I got it. I know that sausage is just pig intestines, so give me the pig intestines filled with shit." And it's like, "No. You don't want that. You want to talk to me before you eat pig intestines, okay? They should be cleaned of shit and they should be ground up and they should be like cooked first. Because if you just start eating intestines still filled with shit, you're going to kill yourself." And you guys are like, "No, I got it. I know what sausage is." It's like, all right. At some point, I just have the temptation to like let you like watch you eat intestines filled with shit, right? At some point, like if you go to your local butcher, okay? I actually have a local butcher. I don't use them, but I have one. There's a local butcher. And I'm just using this as like a description of expertise. If I'm the local butcher and you come to me and I say, "Hey, that's still filled with poop. If you want sausages, let me like clean out the poop. Let me grind it up into sausage. Let me cook it for you. That way you don't poison and kill yourself. And then let me give it to you." And then you insist upon proceeding with it like uncooked intestines filled with turds. Then after like the 7th time, I just go, "Yeah, you know what? Have fun. Have fun eating the intestines filled with turds. I wish you luck with that. It could be really fucking funny." And I get emotional catharsis from the frustration of the conversation of trying to save you from yourself. Eventually, I just go, fuck it. Fuck it. Go eat uncooked pig intestine filled with poop. It'll be funny for me. Christian Lair says, would you focus on better training, more knowledge to alleviate this issue? No, Christian Valeris. You're victim blaming right now. I am the subject of a Pisco BDSM rape, and you're saying like, if you if you did this different, then maybe Pisco wouldn't try to rape you the same way. And by the way, like I'm being hyperbolic, but at the same time, it's like autistically getting spun up at, and this is what really frustrates me because I already know how the optics play outside. So him getting autistically spun up over whether or not the officers reasonably believe that like US code 181510-111 or whatever the fuck it was, him saying like, "Oh, well, I don't even grant that they had lawful authority to detain under that law." And it's like, okay, well, every single subsequent action is predicated off of the belief that they think they have detention authority under that statute. And as you and I both know, they could be wrong on their statute and still subject the people to detention. And what unfolds next criminally can still unfold in front of a court, and people can still be charged even if the initial detention was unlawful. He already knows that, but he's giving the most retarded people in his fucking audience. Sorry, Ken. He's retarded people in his audience ammunition. It's so fucking bad, dude. It's so bad. It's so bad. Christian Blair says, curious if you still recommend your OG policy ID uniform code of law enforcement justice. Of course. If so, would you want to mind map these policies, or do you think they are reductive? I mean, honestly, if we wanted to be nice today, if we wanted to have like a good day, then building out the uniform code of law enforcement justice would actually be like a really wholesome way to spend the stream. But I also know the easiest way to make money is to watch Live and Learn piss me off, and then watch Destiny piss me off, and then almost have a heart attack on stream. And then, just like you guys would be pissed off, but I would be pissed off, but we would be pissed off at each other. And then we'd make silly jokes. And then I would make a mistake. Then you would make fun of me for my mistake. So realistically, it kind of depends on you guys whether or not you want like a wholesome day where we actually like figure things out and come up with some decent prescriptions, or if we just, just lean into the mud and the memes and just go rolling shit. Because I'm good with either one. Yeah, real serious gets it. Connor, so you are saying you think cops can just randomly execute people in broad daylight? Yes. Got that comment a lot. Grassroots with the 20 says, I'm 24 hours clean from Fed posting. Good job, bud. Good job. I appreciate you. US dollar index minus 2% in the last 10 days. I'm sure that's good. Rodney Hobbs says, bunch of dumb people existing doesn't mean you're being reasonable. Lots of people can be dumb. No, it does. Comparably reasonable. Christian Lara says, Destiny versus JW is only 1 hour versus 3 hours in MDD. It's also probably better. Yeah, sure. Balls on balls? True. Let's do balls on balls. Short says, Connor, critical support for Hutchinson from the COG. True. Hutch is still soy, man, and he's still like anti-gun, and he's still a liberal. But I swear to God, he's like the closest thing to a centrist lib that exists on that show. And therefore, I like 70% of the time I agree with him. Is Connor on his period? Absolutely. I'm on my period. Heavy flow. You can call people British cigarettes. That has nowhere near the emotional punch. Christian Lair says it was somebody else I'm not familiar with. We both misread each other's comments. True. He didn't say jail. You're just making it up. What are you talking about, Rodney Hobbs? Also, bear in mind, I am on my period, so be careful. Oh, Connor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the hubris of the Democrats is going to be their downfall in the midterms. Well, Hood Monkey, this is kind of what I'm saying, man, and they don't see it. Do you understand how much goodwill you have from the American people right now in reference to the ICE shootings? You have so much goodwill. All you have to do is say, Trump is incompetent. Trump is authoritarian. Trump is a piece of shit. He's getting people killed. The way that ICE is conducting itself might be quote unquote lawful, but it's also highly unethical, highly immoral, and it's getting people killed through incompetence and stupidity and violence. Therefore, give us the reins of power. Why do I feel like there's a 30% chance that like Democrats, the progressive side of Democrats, the lefties that are a part of the coalition, are going to like start chanting abolish ICE, and then if another like really bad, like God forbid they kill a black person. If they kill a black person, yeah, I mean, let's be real. If they kill a Hispanic person, nobody's going to care as much. But if they kill a black person, we could just have another summer of love. And if we have a fucking summer of love, then at that point, the Democrats like lose 20 to 30% of their midterm electoral momentum. Oh, Christian Lara says, okay, that explanation makes more sense. Thanks for providing it. I think this is the info that would have helped in the combo. Yeah, but it's hard to navigate a conversation when you're simultaneously like trying to speak truth while having an opponent who is trying to maximize their arguments. And I don't resent Pisco for trying to maximize his arguments. That's fine. That's what most debaters do. So I don't resent Pisco for that. But then he's trying to maximize his argumentation, but his audience is too stupid to realize the nuance within the maximization. Rodney cops don't know laws. Ask them. Yeah, but I can Google statutes. I can Google statutes and I can read and I can understand like 80% of the words in the statute, which is pretty good. It's like above average. Real Serious says, I'm seriously debating changing my username because people mistake the 0 for an O. Am I not supposed to? Is it Real Sari 0 US? Because it looks like Real Serious. Anyways, Bong and Stuff says, I'm working in. Jark says, breathe, streamer. No. I'm going to hyperventilate. I'm going to get angry. I'm going to sound like I'm going to have a heart attack, and then I'm going to have a heart attack. Conservatism says the fact is the admin is empowering a bunch of trigger-happy arslers who were literally recruited using video game imagery. You say 1/3 of normal cops are assholes. What about ICE clean house? Kill me. Just kill me now. Just kill me now. It'll be faster. Matter of fact, just come to my house, fucking lobotomize me. Rodney says it is illegal. You just think they can get away with it. What does illegal mean to you? Okay. What does illegal mean to you? Okay. I'm gonna Google illegal real quick. Illegal refers to actions, substances, or behaviors forbidden by law, statute, or official rules, rendering them unlawful or illicit. Okay, if the law doesn't render the behavior unlawful or illicit, how is it illegal? You're saying immoral. And that's where I also got fucking pissed off. Because Pisco was saying, like, okay, well, you're saying through proceduralism that it's going to be rendered legal, but we know on a deeper level it is illegal. And I'm like, no, don't we differentiate between moral and legality? Isn't legality like the process? Aren't we deferring legality to like courts and juries and judges in order to determine legality? So if I have a situation that based off of current case law is rendered legal 99.9% of the time, in what way is it fucking illegal besides in your mind? That's another thing that pissed me the fuck off. That whole conversation where he was like, well, if you have a bad motivation for an arrest, then that renders the arrest illegal. And I'm like, I don't even think that's fucking true. I don't think that's true at all. Like once again, you commit murder right in front of me. And I'm like, I fucking hate that guy. I hope he spends the rest of his life in jail separate from the murder. I arrest you and I have the evidence for the infraction and you indisputably committed murder. You can't say, oh, he had a bad motivation for the detention and the arrest, therefore that renders the entire arrest illegal. That's just not true. You're guilty of violating the crime backed up by substantive evidence. So once again, like libs just libbing, bro. Just like missing the forest for the trees. Holy shit. Christian Lair says, fuck. Yep. Bong and Stuff says, then we get another Hitler. Cool. Yeah, I know. Fashion 40 says, this is the day I'll shut up and watch, ready to continue to hate Pisco even more. Well, if you're a lib and you like Pisco more now, that's fine. Random commenter says, I think what Pisco should have said is that if you were on the jury on this case, which way would you vote? I would still probably vote to exonerate the cops. You understand we just disagree about shit, right? You understand that we just disagree about shit. We can disagree, and it's not that I'm missing information. I'm not missing information. I'm not missing context. I know all of the facts of the case. I understand resistance. I understand law enforcement use. I understand abuse of power. I understand color of law. I understand all that shit. We just disagree. Do you understand that? That I have a different temperament, that I have a different thing that I'm orienting towards, and you are orienting towards a parallel but different thing, and therefore we disagree. Do you understand that? That even if I could, I wouldn't incarcerate the law enforcement officer because he has an articulable ability to say that he believed that others or himself were an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm in good faith, and therefore I wouldn't incarcerate him even if I thought he was a piece of shit. Like, we just disagree, and it's okay to disagree. Excuse me. Sorry for belching in your ear, but you know, I'm getting worked up. Christian Lair says, Connor, I get it now. Thank you for the explanation. Also know that these comments come in before you explain or read the correct chat more. It's a. What if the guy was into corpophagia? I don't know which one that one is. Is that where you want to have sex with corporations? Shortium says, I'll eat chitlins if I want to. Thank you very much. Yeah. Pisco is a D-bag for taking someone's heartfelt admission to weaponize it for his own gain, lawyer brain and slimy. But I should have known. I should have known. And I don't think Pisco can help himself. That's where I don't want to cope about it too much, because if the liberals came in and they're like, hey, I think that a liberal lawyer could argue this really well and point out all of this stuff, I'd be like, yeah, Pisco did an amazing job in reference to that topic. And so in that way, he's a champion of the liberals. I'm still right though. And that's a thing. Like when you have an unpopular position that you know is correct, it's frustrating because it's like you got 80% of the people in your ear saying like, you're fucked up, you're wrong, you don't understand the situation, you're missing this, you're missing that. And it's like, bitch, I'm not missing it. I'm evaluating it based off of my worldview, which I think is going to be verified by reality forthwith. Okay. Forthwith. If this guy is probably not going to get charged, and that's not just, even if it was in DOJ, this guy would probably not get charged. And even if he was charged, there's like a 99% he's going to walk. And that's not an indication of the jury being biased or the cops being biased or the judge being biased. Indication of the laws as written. If you want to change the laws, then feel free. I'll even work with you on that. We could talk about officer cause jeopardy. We could talk about use of force in reference to neck restraints and positional asphyxia. We could talk about overdose deaths. We could talk about changing the way that American law enforcement approaches edged weapons, blunt weapons, etc. These would all be considered progressive reforms of law enforcement, and yet they're all like sane and justifiable from a conservative position. And yet, what I get instead is you're a Nazi and you just want fucking cops to be able to execute people randomly. And that's like the quality of discourse I get back. It's really frustrating. Bongan says, to be real, a little turd is consumed in all your meals. I hate you. What set Connor off? Everything. But realistically, the Preddy shooting. Okay, but cow intestine is delicious. Well, let me get the turds out of it first, okay? Wowman says, but did Pisco give proper aftercare after said debate BDSM? He did. He did. We had our BDSM debate, and then afterwards he allowed me to articulate the prescriptive policy positions that I think that liberals and conservatives could ultimately agree upon. And as a result, probably like 80% of the audience wasn't even listening to me at that point and just wanted to meme and dunk and be see you next Tuesdays or whatever. So 80% of the audience didn't hear what I had to say, but 20% were like, oh, okay. Like I would say like 10 to 20% of the audience were probably like, oh, he's mostly being descriptive about the way that it's going to work legally and what's justifiable within the context of these things. And yet he's still okay with these police reforms that will save American lives. Okay, he's not a monster. But the unfortunate part of that is it's like 10 to 20% of the chat is actually going to listen to what's being said. 70 to 80% are just going off of raw emotion. It's very fucked up. Real Serious says, maybe if you weren't dressed that way, Pisco wouldn't have his way. I was, yeah, I know. Very slutty. Very slutty. Wait. We can still play in raw human sewage? Yeah. AK Batusai says Pisco's girlfriend is a hyper lefty. Well, I do think he dabbles. Excuse me. I think he dabbles in progressivism. Anonymous Chatter says level 1 is gay and lame. True. Thank you for the super chat, King. I parasocially love you and appreciate you. And I'm thankful that you're still here. I'm thankful that Christian Valeris is still here. I'm thankful that Grassroots is still here. I know I'm taking an uncomfortable position that probably I would say 70% of my chat doesn't even agree with. It's not just the liberals who disagree with me. There's plenty of libertarians who also disagree with me. Ooh. So having 70% of my chat disagree with me, but having the veterans stick around despite the fact that I'm being an abrasive see you next Tuesday is great. Betsy Neal says, so it's a group psychosis. I'll get my meds ready. Yeah. Grassroots with a 10. The truth is none of this would have happened if all these people were in the universal basic jail. See? First C News says, reconsider using gay as a pejorative. Well, you know, I bounce back and forth. Like, I know that I have homosexuals and bisexuals in my audience who don't care if I use the F slur, who don't care if I use gay as a pejorative, et cetera, because they know that I effectively mean lame. I know that there's a few sensitive souls, such as you and Dana Calico Cloud, who she didn't want me to use autistic as a pejorative. But at the same time, man, like, dude, just give me something. You know what I'm saying? Give me something with a little push. I'm already not using I'm already not using the N-word with an A. I'm already not using the ableist R slur. I'm already not using the gendered see you next Tuesday female sir. I'm already like, you know, putting the brakes on for y'all. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you just got to let me make content and decide whether or not you want to watch it. Fashion 40 says, don't want to roll in the shit, but I want people to continue to hate Pisco. That sounds like motivated reasoning if I've ever heard of it. Eric Dom says, I prefer the wholesome way for myself, but I think you should do what makes you money and gives you viewers because I want you to grow. Well, thank you, Eric Dom. Appreciate you. AK Batu Sai says, legal issues are going to have lots of problems if we stop agreeing on what's reasonable. I know. Hutch is based. Hutch can be based. Hutch just bought another gun. I don't think he's anti-gun necessarily. Yeah, but he doesn't know what he's doing. Somebody get Connor some cranberry juice. What, you on your period? For those of you who don't know, that's a deep cut reference to an excellent law enforcement film. I don't think it's accurate, but it's still a great film. It's a great film, The Departed. Leonardo DiCaprio is an undercover cop who goes to an Irish bar and he's pretending not to drink. And so instead of ordering a beer, he orders a cranberry juice. A guy says, hey, that's a natural diuretic and my girlfriend drinks that when you're on your period. Are you on your period? And so Leonardo DiCaprio fucking takes a glass and smashes it into his head and starts beating the guy. And he gets broken up by like some Irish gangsters who are actually like just straight up murderers and could murder Leonardo DiCaprio at any moment. And so he's like, oh, you know, that's not a guy that it's actually a great quote. It's like, that's not a guy you can't hit, but it's almost the guy you can't hit. And I'm the guy who says who you can hit and who you can't hit. And I'm going to make a fucking ruling on this. You don't fucking hit that guy. And then Leonardo DiCaprio was like, okay, cool. Because he doesn't want to get murdered, like, as he's trying to infiltrate this Irish mob group. And then the gangster is like trying to like make a little bit of peace. So he's like, what were you drinking? And then Leonardo DiCaprio was like, cranberry juice. And then the gangster who just watched Leonardo DiCaprio beat the fuck out of this guy is like, what? You on your period? It's like the most Boston shit I've ever seen in my life. It's so good. Bell says, you guys are doing great. Thank you. Not me, says Connor is dumb and gay. Well, I mean, that was always true. AK Batu Sai says, Democrats shouldn't be looking at a national tragedy in Leo shooting and only be considering what kind of boost it gives them in the polls. I know, but they also shouldn't squander the political momentum that crisis provides. And right now, I'm just listening to a bunch of motherfuckers talking about how they can squander the momentum. It's very frustrating. Starting the morning, kids. Good luck, grillers. Thank you, Fel. Appreciate you. Well, QC says, good morning, my grill hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers when blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Brother Weld, QC John. Thank you for keeping us on track spiritually. Real serious. Is it just me or is Connor breaking up? I mean, on my end, I'm looking good. I got a hardline connection. Is what it is. If they killed my pastry Hispanic ass, it might be going them to support the Hispanic community. Probably not. Hispanics are not as valued in the oppression Olympics as the blacks are. I see like 3 or 4 comments about me roboting and or lagging, so I'm just going to make sure my hard line is plugged in correctly. If I cut out, my apologies, but I'm just going to make sure that it's jammed in all the way. It's jammed in all the way. What do you want? Did Connor watch the ice clip yet of the agent saying if you use your voice, I end your voice? No. And kill that person digitally. Connor, you can't invite guests without asking your wall mates first, dog. What the fuck? True. So Connor doesn't think that a lot of ICE agents are the problem. It's either the training or orders being given by Trump. Yes, it's systemic. Yes. Christian Valeris, perfect analogy. I hope you guys can hear me. I'll go ahead and pull up the live chat just to make sure that I'm not like consistently having shitty internet. But yeah, it's not interpersonal, it's systemic. So when everybody's arguing like this is interpersonal and we need to hold these agents interpersonally accountable, and I'm saying no, it's systemic. We need to fix the system, and trying to hold individual parties guilty in a system that is not built to produce the results that you want to produce is fucking R-slurred. It's R-slurred like an MFer. So let me find Valor Media Network real quick. That's actually something, dude, argumentatively, I need to hold on to that. Like when I'm lefties or whatever, I need to hold on to the fact that it's a systemic issue, not a interpersonal issue. Therefore, when you guys are trying to hold them accountable interpersonally, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's breaking up again. All right, I'll reload the page. Give me a second. I'm gonna disappear. It's gonna be quiet. If any of you people leave, I'm gonna find you. I'm coming to your house and I'm gonna ice you. I'm gonna do whatever ice does. I'm gonna do to you. Okay, I'm back. Let me know if the internet shit keeps going. If it is, I'll just literally end stream and come back. Yeah. No, stream dead, Unark. No. Oh, I hate you. You typed in the JK literally 2 seconds later. God, I hate you. All right. Harstar says I have everyone's IP. I'll be checking that you're here in 2 minutes. Thank you, Harstar. Appreciate you. All right. Audio is fine. Connor, way more bass than expected. You're good now. That's why they're unspeakable. Amen. I missed a chat, so let me go check the super chats. Okay, I think we're up here. First T News says, I'll admit it is entertainment, but I do spend a lot of time contemplating my and other souls. Yeah, we're all going to hell, just in case. Valor Media Network misinformed about a lot of hands-on Fed Leo procedures. Okay. I would like you to discuss these situations with another cop that differs from you. Pisco had a caller after your debate who was 10 years DHS and says you're a good cop, but I was wrong about a lot of Fed Leo procedures. Okay, well, whatever. Maybe he was a pussy. Maybe he was a hippie. I don't know. Cosmer says there's a world between your argument and Rob. Maybe you agree on conclusion, but you guys came to the point differently. So I don't think Destiny brings heat to you too much. I do. Yeah, I shouldn't talk to Destiny until I watch the debate. I should not talk to Destiny until I watch the debate. Groovy Harp says, why does Connor keep saying he's going to see me next Tuesday? He knows damn well he'll see me in the chat on Thursday or Friday, more likely. Thank levity. Thank you for some levity, Groovy Harps. Jazz86 says, we still love you, Booby Bear. Dude, you saved yourself with the Booby Bear. I remember that. I was so fucking pissy. Dude, Jazz, you almost got killed. I killed Tagaroon. In my rage, I killed... You know when Darth Sidious is talking to Darth Vader about how he, like, accidentally killed Padme Amidala in his rage? That's me with Tagaroon. Like, dude, Tagaroon's been, like, a fucking OG. I'm going to have to, like, go back and unban half a dozen people who were being, like, liberal see you next Tuesdays. Because there's, like, a bunch of people who got fucking... It's like, in your rage, you killed Tagaroon. And it's like, yeah, that's me. That's me. Yeah. Yeah. No. That's what happened. Gilroy says, I work in law enforcement training in VFX, and I'm a lib. I have the same struggle with knowing how officers feel are trained compared to the horror I feel. Good. Thank you, Gilroy. Let's stick with the horror together. Oh my God. It's never enough, Connor. I know it's when you give a mouse a cookie, but if you actually like the mouse and you want the cookie to survive, maybe you should give it a little bit of cookie and a little bit of milk. But when when it's actually eating a whole cookie and drinking a glass of milk and it's like, can I have another? You go, no, fuck off, mouse. I love you, mouse. You're going to get fat and you're going to die. So fuck off. Oh my God. Pretty sure all the cops in that movie were corrupt. Well, to some degree, yeah. Typical American cop. Dude just wanted to make small talk. That's a hot take, Targoon. That's a hot take. Like the guy saying like, oh, my girlfriend drinks it, when you're on your period. Just wanted to make small talk. It's dumb. Says, if you led with prescriptions, it would have softened 80% of the butt hurt. But you understand, there's also an incentive here, though, it's Dubois, where if I had just gone with, let's say Systemic. Let's say that I had led with, like, I think I did lead with like First Amendment and Second Amendment concessions to Mr. Preddy. But then let's say that I was like, okay, I'm going to disagree on the shooting, and I know that we're going to fight about the events leading up to the shooting and the shooting itself. So let's go ahead and skip that and get to prescriptions. You understand nobody would have watched that content, right? Nobody would have watched that content. Like, I try not to be like so performative that I'm not saying what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying what I'm saying and I'm sticking by it. And if you don't like it, then go choose other content. Like, I mean that. But at the same time, like, I am trying to get the good stuff that is a part of the entertainment and then putting it in there as well. So we started with First Amendment, Second Amendment concessions. We got into the heated fight. Then, like, in the middle of the heated fight, I think Pisco, while not getting heated, was going to see you next Tuesday by almost purposefully misunderstanding everything that I was saying to the point that it was almost absurd. So then I actually purposefully try to show people that by asking him to repeat back 2 or 3 things that I said that are relevant to the conversation. He was unable to every single time that I asked him, even though they were very simple concepts, which either shows me that he's either not paying attention or he doesn't care what I have to say, at which point I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to like freak the fuck out if you're not even paying attention to what the fuck I'm saying. At this point, I'm here for the audience, not for you. And then towards the end, I was like, okay, that was like a heated convo. We got a little crazy with it, whatever. Let's add in prescriptions that we probably agree with. And so realistically, like, if you're actually trying to get the prescriptions and the good stuff, it's at the beginning, it's at the end. There's some good stuff mixed in with the trash, but you kind of got to sift for it. But at least it gets watched. You know what I'm saying? Like, the live stream is at like 1,800 views, 1,900 views, whereas like an average stream for me gets 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Fashion 40 says Pisco didn't want that initially. Yeah, I mean, dude, if we just went over prescriptions and things we agree on, nobody would have watched the content. We got to fight. Officer Nasty says, please no more Hutch content. I can't take any more brain death. Nope, that's what we're doing. Exponential Entropy says, you mentioned a lot about how the cops will get away with it legally. Do you think they should have the latitude to do that? Should there be penalties for lying, embellishing a police report? Well, there definitely should be. There definitely should be penalties for lying on a police report. But at the same time, like, I could do this police report in my sleep. Okay. So on such and such day, I'm going to do it real quick. And I don't care if you don't want me to do it. I'm going to do it. And Exponential Entropy, also thank you for not leaving the community. And also thank you for the super chat. And I'm sorry if I've been pissing you off for the past 48 to 96 hours, but I do appreciate you sticking in there with me. Okay. So let me do the police report off the top of my head. Okay. On such and such date at such and such time, I was working off of this street and basically conducting lawful law enforcement operations at the time. 2 women approached my vehicle and were standing at an approximately 45-degree angle, approximately 6 feet behind, and were verbally antagonizing me and were, making threatening gestures and blah, 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 blah. Make them sound maybe a little bit more extreme, but you could also base it in their reality. If they say, hey, fuck you, pig. I hope you die. I hope you kill yourself. I hope your wife leaves you. I hope your kids disown you. You're a fucking Nazi Gestapo piece of shit. Just literally like use whatever body cam you have in order to verify what they said. And then also show that they're like hostile. Because this is one of the things that's actually really frustrating to me is Pisco being like, they were just having a conversation. Really? Really? You think they were just having a calm conversation? Like, whatever. R slurred, let's put it that way. Rodney Hobbs says, anyone here for the police report recital? Rodney, if you're saying that like a positive thing, cool. If you're saying that like a negative thing, then fuck off. It's that easy. If you don't like the content, fuck off. If you like it, stay. It's that simple. Okay? Anyways, so they were if I needed to go across the street in order to make an apprehension as we were conducting law enforcement operations in the area, or if the vehicle needed to travel in a southbound direction, these women would be obstructing law enforcement officers. I gave them lawful orders to disperse. They refused said lawful orders. They were standing in the middle of the roadway, and as a result, were posing a risk of injury to themselves and to others. After giving them lawful orders to disperse, they refused to disperse, and so I decided to help them disperse. I approached both women. They retreated to the side of the road, but refused to leave the roadway. At that point, I decided to push one of the women off of the roadway in order to, let's just say communicate my displeasure. You could obviously write it differently, but you would say, push the woman off of the roadway after she refused to obey my orders in an attempt to disperse her. At that point, male, a middle-aged male approached me and put his hand on my stomach and pushed me backwards into the roadway. At this point, not only were the two females being hostile, but also the male had already committed battery on a law enforcement officer or assault on a law enforcement officer, believing that all three people present at the time had committed the violations under USC 1510, subsection 111. I decided that a detention was appropriate. Several other officers joined me on scene, and we attempted to detain the person. Okay, so that's actually like officer one. Okay, that's officer one. That's the guy who pepper sprayed people and pushed people, right? And he could mention that he pepper sprayed the ladies in an attempt to get them to disperse. And that's one of the things that I noticed from the Destiny debate. He did not admit that like dispersing people who are committing crimes is a lawful law enforcement action. It 100% is. I don't have to detain you if I pepper spray you. As a matter of fact, during like riot control scenarios, oftentimes people are hit with CS gas and pepper spray and they're not incarcerated. The law enforcement purpose is not to detain people. The law enforcement purpose is to get people to disperse. And that's like officers have officer discretion. They can decide, as long as it's a misdemeanor, they can decide who goes to jail and who doesn't go to jail. Okay. So then let's say that I'm the next officer. I'm the officer who seizes the gun. Okay. So such and such date, such and such time, I was blah, 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 blah. I was in this vehicle. I noticed officer so-and-so attempting to get several women to disperse. They were refusing to disperse. So in an attempt to back him up in the performance of his law enforcement duties, I went to go back him up. While I was going to back him up, there was a male who put his hands on, officer one. And as a result, I thought that he would be subject to detention under, 18 USC 111 or whatever the fuck it is. Therefore, I joined other officers in attempting to restrain said person. While I was restraining said person, I noticed a firearm on his belt and decided to secure said firearm. I grabbed said firearm and I wanted to notify my officer or my fellow officers that a firearm was present. So I screamed, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. Okay. Taze, I hate you, but I love you. Okay. I seized the weapon and I ran in the opposite direction, attempting to secure said weapon in order to reduce the threat of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. That's officer two. Okay. Officer three is the guy who, okay. And so all officer three has to say is such and such date, such and such time. We were conducting lawful law enforcement operations in this vicinity. I saw one going up to two females and a male, attempting to get them to disperse because they were approaching our vehicle in a hostile way. I saw officer one pepper spray a male and a female, attempting to get them to disperse, but the male did put his hands on officer one. Therefore, I believe that he was subject to detention under statute, blah, 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 right? While attempting to assist with the detention of these people, I was unable to secure female one, identified as blah, 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 but male number two was also resisting arrest by actively or passively standing there, refusing to surrender, refusing to sprawl, refusing lawful commands that you could corroborate with body camera. And then, not only that, I heard a fellow officer scream, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. Noticing a furtive gesture that, the subject made and not seeing that officer two had already secured a weapon, I believed that other officers were in threat of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and as a result, I decided to take action. I took out my service pistol, serial number XYZABC. I discharged several rounds into the subject. I tried to aim in such a direction as to not hit others. As I was retreating, the subject was making additional furtive gestures that I thought might be an attempt to retrieve his weapon. I discharged several more rounds. End of report. And I'm telling you, what I just recited to you for the past 5 minutes, 7 minutes, okay? If officer three didn't see officer two secure the gun, then it's over. It's done. And even if officer three says, I saw Officer 2 secure a gun, but the screaming made me think sometimes people carry multiple weapons, like backup pistols, that the subject was going for a secondary firearm. Then we're still done. It's over. Okay? It's over. So Rodney says, if I'm on the jury, I'm voting guilty on an officer that gives me that report. Well, guess what ends up happening? Because you're on a jury of your peers with 12 other people, and if they explain use of force, if they explain deadly force, if they explain all that stuff, it's going to be a hung jury, and it's going to get dismissed anyways. So like, you're fucked. You're fucked. And to pretend you're not fucked doesn't mean anything. Connor, shouldn't you say gun if they have a gun and say, I got his gun if they disarm him? Well, Dank Brandon, you might have missed the content. We were talking about how to reduce police homicides, and we were saying that it should be standard practice. Like, the thing that should come out of this is we should write a policy saying that if somebody has a weapon and they're going for it, you scream the name of the weapon. But if you have grabbed the weapon and secured said weapon, then you should be screaming disarmed. Because what you're communicating with a single word is you're communicating, there's a weapon on scene, but I've secured it. There's a weapon on scene, but I've secured it. Okay? And so as a result, you wouldn't have these bad shoots. So anyways, I got current chat up, but I want to keep going through historical chat as well. We can engage with each other a little bit before we get into content. That way we're not rushing things. Connor, have you seen this angle? Just curious because how weird it's been circulated. Okay, let's pull it up. Let me show chat as well. Give me a second. Let me pull up StreamYard. And by the way, I want to bring up the fact that we can disagree and time can show who is correct. So if a jury gets presented with the same evidence, gets presented with current case law, and gets presented with my understanding of use of force, and they have a unanimous verdict saying that this cop is guilty of murder or manslaughter, then I'll go, damn, Pisco was right. But you know what's going to happen? If nothing fucking happens, I'm going to go, oh, I was right, and you guys were being a bunch of see you next Tuesdays for almost no reason. Let's focus on police reform and ending police brutality. All right, so let's watch this angle that Real Serious brought up real quick.
This newest video we're about to show you was taken inside of a car right in front of the scene and shows the encounter between Preddy and federal agents. We're going to play it for you right now. We'll warn you.
I think I've seen this, and I don't think it changes anything.
It's graphic in nature, and you will hear gunshots. Here it is.
Whoa!
Okay, once again, Steven's saying that him pushing somebody and then pepper spraying somebody doesn't serve a law enforcement purpose because there's no attempt to detain. It doesn't fucking matter. And I'm just going to tell you that it does piss me off that he's so confident that dispersing a crowd or dispersing people who are disobeying your lawful commands is not a law enforcement purpose. That's bullshit. He's just wrong. He's just confidently wrong. All right, sorry. I'm going to rewind a little bit.
Federal agents, we're going to play it for you right now. We'll warn you, it's graphic in nature, and you will hear gunshots. Here it is.
Whoa!
I'm not going to lie. I thought the shove was harder than that. Now we're going to detain you, okay? At this point, we've gone from disbursement to detention, and there's no, like, need for a law enforcement officer to articulate when he changes his mind about whether or not he's detaining people or dispersing people. I don't have to go, hey, here's some pepper spray. Leave the scene, leave the scene, leave the scene. And then 2 seconds later, I go, oh, hey, actually, you're being detained. You're not free to leave, okay? I don't have to say that. I don't have to say that. I just have to do my fucking job. And so this belief that, oh, well, you know, he was attempting to disperse, but then he changed his mind to a detention. Therefore, that he's not able to do one or the other. It's total bullshit. It's like cockamamie made up bullshit. Just making shit up to make yourself feel better. It's cope. They drag him to the ground. Scuffle, scuffle, scuffle. I think this is the guy who shoots right here. He's got a gun. He's got a gun. He's got a gun. He's got a gun.
Oh my god! Oh!
Okay, and what's the total elapsed time on shooting? We're gonna see if we can count the rounds in the total elapsed time. It's 10 shots allegedly.
Holy! Oh my god! Oh!
I heard like 7. So unless there's shots after this video or whatever, but if it's like pop, 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 that's like super normal. Totally normal in a shooting. So once again, just being like, oh, well, the ones fired for the first 2 seconds are good, but the ones fired from 3 seconds to 6 seconds are invalid, and therefore it's you're just making shit up. You're just making shit up. You're making shit up. You're coping. You're seething. I'm gonna die mad for sure, but I'm taking you with me. All right. I'm gonna die mad, but you're coming with me. You know what I'm saying? Officer Nasty says, Connor, you have decided the second range cops have to unload. Is it 3 seconds or 10? So the point is that it's perception of threat. Okay. Beef Supreme, the misfire hasn't been verified. They haven't been verified. I've seen people confidently asserting that what they're seeing in the video is negligent discharge from Preddy's pistol. I'm saying, how do I phrase this? I'm hearing people saying that they used AI to reconstruct artifacts that might not be present, and therefore, like, the negligent discharge has not been verified at all. Hutch Larry, thanks for being a black gentleman who stuck with me through my propaganda bullshit. I agree that it's up to Leo on their choice to detain or disperse, but I do wonder for a regular protester, we've seen them use pepper spray for both. Wouldn't it be better to state which one they're under? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, disperse, leave the area, disperse, leave the area, disperse, leave the area. Yeah, you're right. That would be infinitely better than, hey, suck shit, protester. You know? Absolutely. Sacred Snow says, if you think this ought be different, why die on the hill of technically legal, even though you think it shouldn't be? I asked a few times yesterday and it was just missed. Just think I'm asking in good faith. Are you not here, Sacred Snow? Do you not listen to the words I'm saying? I have an entire fucking page. I have an entire page that I read during the debate with Pisco. If I have a series of prescriptions, why do you think I'm saying that everything has to remain the same? Like what's missing with that? Right here, I have an entire page dedicated to things I think should change. Why would you say that I want things to change the same or I want things to stay the same if I have an entire page dedicated to things that I think would substantially reduce police homicides? Like, I'm going to read them in case you like skipped out on the stream, because I think that's crazy pants that you're like, well, it looks like you're just justifying the status quo. And it's like, here's half a dozen things that I think should change. Okay. Release the points. True. Samson, you've been a good egg, and you've stuck by me through thick and thin. I'm going to skip historical chat real quick, and I'm going to promote Samson. Samson was like, I dislike what you're saying. I dislike what you're saying, but I at least understand what you're saying. And I don't think you're a see you next Tuesday. I appreciate Samson. Thank you for sticking around, Samson, even if I am being a see you next Tuesday. Let me log into Valor Media Network real quick. And let me reward Samson's loyalty. Honestly, you should probably have a Samson on your team anyways. You know what I'm saying? Samson's mad strong as long as he doesn't cut his hair. Samson's the kind of dude you want on your team. So can't disappoint Samson. Oh, and how do I? Where's Samson? Oh, I need to pop out chat. Give me a second. Give me a second. I must reward my coggers. Thank you, Samson. Thank you for your service. All right, I'm going to read this, though, because I feel Like, you guys should understand that I'm arguing for sane police reform. Okay? So let's do that real quick. If I could get this out of case law, I would get this out of case law. If I could get this out of legislation, I would get this out of legislation. Okay? The Renee Good case law needs to define officer caused jeopardy and prohibit officers from knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provoking a use of force scenario resulting in death or injury of a member of the public. Oh, excuse me. If they are found to have officer caused jeopardy, then I think they should be liable for civil suit and fired from the profession. Soy libs argue they should be held accountable by criminal statute. Okay? Excuse me. And so my frustration with this, my frustration with people saying that I don't want these things to change, okay? Renee Good would still be dead. Okay? Renee Good would still be dead if the exact scenario happened. Okay. But what would happen is, number one, the guy who shot Renee Good would be fired and barred from the profession. He would also likely lose substantive amounts of his pension, because pension is something that increases by percentage every year you serve. So instead of getting an 80% or 100% pension, he would probably get a 30% or 40% pension, meaning that there's less money, taxpayer money, going to this guy's pension. Okay. And that guy's barred from the profession. Okay. Then, not only that, the Renee Good's wife could sue. Hutch Larry says, as one of the original COG, I'll always be here. It just depends on how trucking life is going. I'm always going to be super active. Thank you, Hutch Larry. Parasocial love. And sorry if I'm ever a nasty piece of work. Okay. But anyways, let's finish up what the Renee Good law would change. So not only would that guy be barred from the profession, but also her wife would be eligible for a wrongful death suit. And if she could argue, hey, this was officer caused jeopardy resulting in an unnecessary death, then at that point, the feds would have to pay her a wrongful death suit or a settlement before it got to trial. And as a result, her wife is still dead, but she has $500,000 or $1 million to take care of her and her family, pay the bills, make up for the income lost by the death of their spouse, take care of their kids, maybe put their kids in a better school. So as a result, like that, you might say like, oh, well, they're still dead, so that's not good enough. Well, for me, it is good enough. I don't care. Like that's fine. Like fired from the profession, lower payout to his pension, can't get back into the profession, and also wrongful death. Okay. Wrongful death suit resulting in a payout. I can't engage with chat right now because I need to read the other reforms that I would propose. So in reference to Preddy, in reference to this shooting, the belief that a gun was present led to the death of an unarmed, and as a result, law enforcement communication in a fight needs to be codified and trained for. The simple yell of gun should be identified as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, whereas an officer shouts disarmed, then that should notify fellow officers that they have seen a weapon but have secured said weapon. Okay? So this, if we brought this up as a federal standard, because bear in mind, local law enforcement, city law enforcement, state law enforcement, county law enforcement, they take notes on what the feds do and what on the big jurisdictions do. Whatever LAPD does, whatever New York Police Department does, whatever the feds adopt, they adopt shortly thereafter. So if you made the feds codify disarmed versus gun, then at that point, not only are you going to save lives at the federal level, but that's going to trickle down to the state level and municipal level. And if you cared about it enough, then you could actually say federal funding is reliant on complying with this training standard. And a lot of local law enforcement takes grants and loans from the federal government. I promise I'll engage with chat, but I just need to focus on getting through this, okay? So I think that would save lives. Now, here's another thing that would actually probably cut police homicides in half, but you have to get buy-in from local law enforcement, meaning effectively you would have to pay for additional training and additional equipment, okay? So this isn't defund the police. This is train the police and give the police more money for equipment, okay? So American law enforcement can still rely on imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as guidance for when they can use lethal force. But Cops should be retrained in reference to edged weapons, which is box cutters and knives, improvised weapons, and I would say improvised weapons are like a rolling pin from like a kitchen knife, although I guess that's an edged weapon, or golf clubs, or baseball bats, or screwdrivers, or hedge clippers, or whatever. Okay. And we should adopt European style disarmament tactics to save more human lives. Cops should be equipped with and trained with riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, capture devices to reduce the deaths, particularly of people experiencing drug overdoses, excited delirium, schizophrenia, and uncontrolled diabetes. Okay. And so to not be totally cucked out like the Europeans are, if you have a screwdriver and you run straight towards an officer, then the cop should be able to shoot you and kill you. Okay. If you have a hedge clippers and you're running right at them, then a cop should be able to shoot and kill you, because you can still articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But let's say, because there are people who commit suicide by cop, there are people who are defensive, there are people who are experiencing a type 1 diabetic, uncontrolled diabetic attack, right? Type 2 isn't as common, but it does happen. And so, mostly because type 2 people are fat. That was really mean. That was really mean for no reason. Okay, so anyways, it's mostly type 1. And God, that was so like horrible against diabetic people. God damn. All right, so what ends up happening is, if you have the situation where the schizophrenic, the diabetic, the guy on drugs, the excited delirium person or whatever, is they're like walking around and they're holding a knife, or they're holding a baseball bat, or they're holding a club, and they're not immediately around a bunch of people, then what you can do is you can slow down. You can slow down and you can get your riot shield. You can get your impact launcher. You can get your bolo net. You can get your tasers. And then you can approach as a group, and you can have one cover officer who, like, if they charge you and try to stab you, you shoot them, but then everybody else hits them with the bolo nets, the capture devices, the spear and trident, capture devices. Have you guys ever seen this? I should show you real quick. But as a result, we're going to reduce the amount of schizophrenics we kill. We're going to reduce the amount of autistic people we're going to kill. We're going to reduce the amount of people who get killed by having an uncontrolled diabetic attack. And so, dude, like, we could save half of the people who are killed by law enforcement on an annual basis. We could save half of their lives. But no offense, libs are too busy calling me a fucking Nazi who wants to just murder people indiscriminately to pay attention to what the fuck I'm saying. Getting a little worked up, fellas. Getting a little worked up. You misread my question. I didn't say you don't want change. Can you please go back and read my question in good faith? Why do you do this to me, Sacred Stone? Why do you do this to me? You understand, when I have 100 people, it's hard for me to find an individual chat. Where are you? Where are you, bro? If you think this ought be different, which I do, why die on the hill of technically legal, even though you think it shouldn't be? I asked a few times yesterday, and I was just trust me, I'm asking in good faith. God bless. Thank you for writing God bless in a silly way. Okay. Why die on the hill of this is the way it is? Because liberals think it's interpersonal versus systemic. You're saying, let's punish people on an interpersonal basis, and I'm saying it's systemic. Punishing people for complying with the system as is doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. All you do is you break the system. And I don't know if you know this about me. As a conservative, I'm a huge Chesterton fence guy, okay? I don't want to just punish people for perceiving imminent threat of death or great bodily harm and then taking action based off of their training and experience. That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Whereas, if you want to change the fucking system, then I'm with you. All right? All right? All right. Anyways, hold on. The last 2 points before we wrap on that point. All cops have to be trained on the signs of drug overdose and positional asphyxia to reduce in custody deaths. That's based. Chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category and otherwise restricted. I don't like that chokeholds and neck restraints, a lot of people, a lot of police reformers want to ban them entirely. I think they're useful moves. I think they should be moved to the deadly force category. So if somebody is like going for a knife or a gun, let's say like you're struggling with somebody, you're wrestling with somebody, and somebody is like they're crawling away from you and you're on their back and they're like reaching for a screwdriver or a knife, then I would choke them the fuck out instead of shooting them in the face, because it's a deadly force scenario, but choking them out is less deadly than shooting them in the face, right? Rob says, Connor, why are you being like this? Can't we just create a reliable system based on Chatter's whims? What about the pile driver? Yes. What about the tombstone pile driver? Sure, we can integrate that into our training. All right, hold on. Let me scroll back, or let me read the super chats, because, and then catch up with like current chat, because otherwise I'm just not even going to get anything done. I love you guys. I'm sorry for having a heart attack. I'm sorry for being upsetty spaghetti. I'm sorry for giving myself heartburn and then yelling at you, but I'm really trying to communicate to you the fact that I'm not a Nazi. I don't even care if you think I'm a Nazi. Even if I'm a Nazi, I'm the nicest Nazi you've ever fucking met. Have you ever met a fucking Nazi who's fucking nicer to Jews or blacks or gays or Hispanics? I'm the nicest Nazi you know. Okay? So anyways, I'm trying to reduce the amount of times that Americans get killed unnecessarily by law enforcement, and not you guys. Not you guys are mostly great. You're still soy some of the time. But like some people like Tagarung, once again, in my rage, I killed Tagarung. I feel bad about it. I'm actually probably going to have to go unban him at some point. It's probably going to be like AF Racing, where my mercy will be taken advantage of, where Tagarung will come back and then he'll still be going to see you next Tuesday, and then I'll have to kill him for real. But, you know, it's worth a shot. In my rage, I killed Tagarung. In my defense, he was coming right for me. Gilroy says, I did read this, but I'll read it again. I work in law enforcement training in VFX, and I'm a lib. I have the same struggle with knowing how officers are trained compared to how I feel. Yes, go with that feeling. Grassroots for 10 says, during Connor's wrath, I just heard Connor in Hans Landa's voice says, you're hiding leftoids under the floorboards, aren't you? I mean, let's pray that I don't get that mad. Real serious for 100 Argentinian pesos says, Connor, have you seen this angle? Yes, we did. Yes, we just broke it down. Sacred Snow for 5 says, you misread my question. I didn't say you don't want change. Can you please go back and read my question again and answer in good faith? Yes. I think I answered it twice now. And if I answered it imperfectly, then sorry about it. Anonymous Chatter for 20 says, you are a Nazi booby bear, and I'm not going to listen to or engage with anything you're saying. Well, if you call me booby bear, then I can't. How do you think Jaws 86 survived yesterday? Jaws 86 was saying like some wild soy shit, but they called me booby bear, so I can't ban somebody who calls me booby bear. I can't ban someone like that. That's crazy. That's crazy pants. All right, so let me read Sacred Snow's question one more time and see if I can answer it in a coherent way that doesn't sound totally R-slurred and like rage baited and seething. Let me see if I can answer this question. I just set a goal. You guys already broke a goal. We already got 12 super chats. So let me see if I set another goal, 10 super chats in the next 2 hours. If you could hit it, that would be great. If you can't, don't worry about it. Let me read this and see if I can answer it in good faith. If you think this ought be different, why die on the hill of it's technically illegal, even though if you think it shouldn't be? Because I think that Pisco and Destiny and a bunch of other R-slurred soy libs are setting up their audiences for disappointment, where they're saying it's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal. No, it's not. The legal system is going to find it justified. Therefore, it's going to be legal. Separating like legality from the procedures that render things legal or illegal is such a weird divorce of principle that I have no idea what the fuck to even do with it. It's like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you want to render it illegal, then you must change the system. So attempting to hold individuals accountable for things that are presently legal makes no fucking sense. What you have to do is you have to make decent reforms to the system. That way bad behavior is rendered illegal. That's the best I can articulate it. If I didn't make sense, then I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Harstar says no haircuts from now on. Just Samson. It correlates with the name Samson. Ryan Nowicki says qualified immunity gives away the perspective of a reasonable officer. Does this mean if we enforce a rigorous requirement that the bar is elevated, since then we assume they know our rights? Yeah. If you improve training, if you improve standards, and if you put it as a part of the base curriculum to engage in a certain behavior and they fail to engage in that certain behavior, then that obviously increases the chances that a law enforcement officer is going to be held accountable either through crime or through civil suit. Jazz says, not trying to be snarky, but do we have clear audio of what the ICE agent said to those ladies? Nope. I bet it was super rude, but being rude is not illegal. Death Lily says explaining the law and then saying it's permissible because a cop could just self-justify it through an opinion-based report is defending the shooting is justifying the shooting. Okay, I don't know what else to fucking say to you, okay? I've said it 7 goddamn times. Yeah, we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong ass argument. No, you're going to get raped. I'm just telling you. You're going to get raped in the midterms. If you keep up this like holier than thou, even though every single cop shooting that we say is illegal is rendered illegal in a court of law, but these are Nazi Gestapo thugs. If you guys inspire like a left-wing terror attack against ICE agents, you're going to squander whatever goodwill the American people have. And like if you riot over the summer, you're going to like either lose the midterms or you're going to squeak by with a very narrow victory. So I mean, once again, it's the butcher with pig intestines analogy again. I'm the local butcher. I'm saying that the intestines need to be cleared of shit, and you need to dice them up and cook them properly so you don't end up eating shit and poisoning yourself and killing yourself to death. And Officer Nasty, and yeah, it's mostly Officer Nasty, but there was somebody else up here. I'll just say Officer Nasty. But Officer Nasty ass is like, no, Connor, you don't get it. It's morally correct to eat pig intestines filled with shit. Please let me do so. I love pig intestines filled with shit. I promise I won't poison myself to death. And I'm like, okay, good luck with that shit. Oh, I'm going to put Taze as a managing moderator. Taze can now kill moderators. So you bully Taze at your peril. Gilroy says, Connor, again, working in law enforcement training, wouldn't police argue against the disarm tactic if you were describing here because they could have other weapons on them, therefore still a potential threat? Sure, they would. But if you give them a whole bunch of new toys, you could get around that. Let me show you some new toys that I would buy police departments. All right. Chinese extendable people catcher police. This thing is fucking hilarious. I love this. I think this thing is so fucking funny. Dude, it's basically a spear with a C shape at the end. And what the cops do is they train to have somebody with a like a knife or whatever try to attack them, and then they spear them against the wall. I think this shit is so funny. And so, like, yeah, a bunch of American cops would be like, why don't we just shoot the guy? And I think that the answer to young law enforcement officers who just want to shoot a guy is like, well, you can if he charges you. But if you and your buddies think that you can spear catch a schizophrenic, that could be a damn good time where nobody dies. It could be, this looks fun to me. Do you understand that some dickhead with a knife charging me while I have effectively a spear with a non-lethal tip that I can then ram him against the wall? That looks fucking fun. I've caught alligators with my bare hands. It's fun. It's great. So this is a technology. Like, you would need to make the pole extendable so it fits into a patrol vehicle. But realistically, like, this is based. If you could get like a 6 to 8 foot extendable man catcher spear, I would fucking love that to be a thing. Bolo wrap police non-lethal. Here's another one. I've shown people this before, but effectively, you remember when Batman in the 1990s, he would take like a rope with 2 weights at the end of it, and then he would throw it at a bad guy, and then it would wrap around their ankles or wrap around their arms and chest, and then like it would make it so they couldn't run anymore. That's what Bolo wrap is. Somebody figured this fucking technology out. It's effectively a Kevlar rope that fires at a 45-degree angle at either side. It has hooks. And what it does is, because of the speed that it's launched at, it wraps around the target and then it makes it like the hooks go into the clothing or go into the Kevlar rope itself. And as a result, the person, if their arms are restrained, it's insanely difficult for them to remove the bolo wrap. And so you basically become Batman. So your option, and by the way, most cops don't want to kill people. Like nine out of 10 cops are scared to kill a person. Okay. So if you say, hey, I'm going to give you all the tools that we gave Batman so we can save more lives, most cops are going to be like based. They're going to be scared of being seen as soy for trying to save American lives or whatever, but just bully that the fuck out of them. Say, hey, man, if you're a total sociopath and you're looking to murder someone on the job, number one, this job isn't for you. Number two, fuck you. And every opportunity that you have to use a non-lethal in order to save a human life, if that person charges you and you don't have time to grab your non-lethals, you do what you got to do. But if you have time to grab your non-lethals, you grab your non-lethals and you save a life. So once again, you guys are acting like this is impossible. It's not impossible at all. As a matter of fact, if we had Maxwell Frost, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, half a dozen other senators or whatever endorse it, you could probably get some kind of federal legislation to get these tools in the hands of law enforcement officers in order to reduce civilian deaths. And honestly, like we would save, let's say that the COG community was instrumental in the proposition and passing of this legislation. We could save hundreds or thousands of lives a year. So, I mean, there's schizophrenics and diabetics and shit, but sometimes it's sad. Officer Nasty says, Connor, thoughts on the officer who opened fire on the detained suspect because an acorn fell in the car? He's an arsler who had PTSD who shouldn't have been a cop in the first place. The cop genuinely thought it was a gunshot. The person was already arrested. Good shoot. No, it wasn't. It was not reasonable to believe that a detained person in the back of a car, like you're supposed to search people before you put them in the car. So if his articulation is like, oh, well, I searched him, but I thought he had a gun because in a police report, it was mentioned that this guy owned firearms with silencers. So when an acorn dropped on the hood of my car, I thought that he had retrieved a weapon that had a silencer on it and he was shooting at me. That guy just has PTSD. He just has PTSD from being American Special Forces, and he shouldn't be on the job. So I don't think he should go to jail, especially if the guy didn't get injured or killed. I don't think the guy should go to jail or prison because it's effectively like a dude with a psychiatric disorder who should have never been a cop became a cop. But I do think that he should never be allowed to work in a high stress situation ever again. And if the guy was injured, he should be paid out by the state a shitload of cash. Fast and Bulbous says, I'm not focused on right wing, wrong wing, justified, unjustified. I'm infinitely more interested in lessening the likelihood of lone wolves occurring. True. Thanks, Fast and Bulbous. You know what, Fast and Bulbous? You've hung out with me, even though I've been soy. So guess what? Giving you a wrench. I'm knighting you in the cog. Sacred Snow. Where's that 5? Was that you talking shit again? I think it was you talking shit again, but I think I already read it. You misread my question. I didn't say you don't want to change. Can you please go back and read my question again and answer in good faith? I think I did. Maybe 2 or 3 times now. Fast and Bulbous says, Bing chilling. Connor is correct. Bing chilling. True. Thank you. That's another reason why you're promoted. Anonymous Chatter says, you're a Nazi booby bear, and I'm not going to listen to or engage with anything you're saying. Thank you for the 20. I hope you're being sarcastic. I know you're being sarcastic. I love you. Why do I do this to you? You read my question and assumed a long time Chipper Chatter was accusing you of lying in bad faith. No, I love you. You're just soy sometimes. Airborne Kite says, here's 20 cold ones. Please notice me ignoring you. No. Rob Go Slow says, why are you being like this? Can't we just create a reliable system based on Chatter's whims? Yes. Tay says, an officer yelling disarmed doesn't mean an individual isn't a threat, but it does mean don't immediately shoot him because unless new information comes up, he's not an immediate threat. Correct, Tays. So for instance, let's say that you're yelling disarmed because you're pulling a pistol out of the guy's back, but another officer sees him pulling a knife from the front or pulling a secondary pistol. While one officer is yelling disarmed, another officer could yell gun, 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 or knife, 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 and then boom, pop, 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 and he's done. Christian Blair says, the problem is applying a blood choke guarantees death if not done correctly. Just ask Jordan Neely. I don't even think that's true. So I've seen in the Marine Corps, we did blood and air chokes all the time. And a blood choke, I've seen people knocked out by blood chokes left, right, and center. And effectively, the only people who died were like fat people or people with heart problems. So I don't think it's the blood choke itself that guarantees a death. I think it's like blood choke plus other stuff. But blood choke plus other stuff should be, because you know there's a chance of death, it should be moved up to deadly force category. Rob says, Connor, cops only get one move each, and then you build teams based on the strengths and weaknesses of the criminal. Lighter cops, bucket cops, shovel cops, and fan cops. It's like Avatar. Correct. It's much like being a Avatar. You master the elements. I'm going to be soy about this because I have the opportunity to do so. A firearm is a combination. If you think about it, if you think about Avatar: The Last Airbender, the TV series where kids fight an empire, the Fire Nation, with a bunch of magic powers, harnessing the elements of the world. Police officers are very much like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay. So I would say that a gun is a combination of fire due to the explosive and earth because of the projectile. Okay. Tasers are, weirdly enough, a combination. They're electricity, which I don't think is an element in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but it should be. It should be. They should have an electric nation, and they should like, not techno music because it's kind of a medieval period, right? But they should probably like medieval lute music that sounds suspiciously like techno, and they should be able to harness lightning, like the Lightning Nation, the Electric Nation. I don't know how to fix it. You fix it in your mind, okay? But a taser is harnessing the power of lightning. Pepper spray is harnessing the power of water because it's a liquid, and earth because it's like the off product of trees. And I'm trying to think of what else. What are we missing? We're missing like, so we got fire, we got earth, we got water. So we're really missing air. I think the only thing that like cops use that like masters air is they do have like flashbangs, which are concussion weapons. So you could argue that you're a master of the air with a flashbang. So boom, yeah, you're basically like Avatar: The Last Airbender when you become a cop. Connor is too pure for this space. True. True. I am too pure, while still saying all the most horrific language that you could possibly hear. Sacred Snow says, I'm asking so I can understand your state of mind. There are reasons I can imagine doing this, but I don't want to strawman your position when asked. Okay, well, I'm sorry for being a see you next Tuesday about your shit. Jazz86 says, my only argument yesterday was that the lady was way out of traffic when the final shove occurred, and we have no idea what the ICE agent actually said to her as of yet. But what Jazz86, what I'm saying to you is that being in front of a parked car is still in the fucking roadway. When a cop tells you to leave the roadway, leave the fucking roadway unless you want to be pushed or unless you want to be pepper sprayed. Okay? Mr. Feeney says, Connor, being rude is okay, but if the officer wasn't issuing lawful commands, would that change your mind any? If you fail to issue lawful commands while attempting to do a law enforcement operation, that's a policy write-up or a case getting dismissed. That's not you getting like sued or fired or killed or whatever. Like, you don't get executed from the state because you push somebody out of the roadway and they're like, well, you didn't tell her to get out of the roadway before you pushed her out of the roadway. It's like, bitch, she should have known. I was telling her to fuck off. She should have known to get the fuck out of the roadway. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Bong and stuff says touche. Jeb Kush for 2 says not illegal, but ought be reformed, Booby Bear. There you go. Jeb Kush took 5 hours of content and boiled it down to a single super chat involving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 words, and two of those words aren't even necessary. You don't even need to put Booby Bear in there. Not illegal, but ought be reformed. Perfect. We don't even have to do stream today because Jeb Kush just solved it with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letter word. Why use many word when few word do good? Right? Jeb Kush should be the streamer. Why isn't Jeb Kush the streamer? He could just like show up. He could say 3 sentences and dip out, and he would do what I do in fucking 90% less time. Unork says, I hate the use of the word justified in these types of combos. Justice means different things to different people in different contexts. Sure, but we're talking about legality. Death Lily says, I need a jar for every time Connor strawmans me. All right, well, Death Lily, here's my apology, okay? You're knighted in the cog. You are sufficiently soy. and liberal, but you say base things every now and then, and you haven't left me in my time of need. So I will knight you in the cog. Wait. There's a second-class moderator status? Correct. Taze is the only person who's in the higher level. Because I trust Taze with my life, not just with my mod powers. Sacred Snow says, I understand. Thank you for answering my question. I already donated and I'm a poor chipper, so this is bread breaking. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you're poor, don't donate. I love you, though. Bong and Stuff says, can we see it used in a live scenario? Probably. AK Batusai says, VOD viewers are barely people. True. I mean, we've been talking for 90 minutes. We haven't even done any content yet. Justin says, still arguing about this left-wing agitator? Correct. I'm about to be Officer Straw. True. Bong and Stuff says, wrestled a cocaine bear once. Based. Connor is Ernst ramming us. Sound the alarm. Defend, defend, defend. Targan says, I'm a pole. I'm not extendable. And I fit in a patrol vehicle. Nice. Yep. I feel like the effectiveness would diminish against a motherfucker built like a lineman. Probably. But that's where Jeb Kush, you're right. I feel like the effectiveness would diminish against a motherfucker built like a lineman. It would, but that's where you would develop tactics around using it. Okay, because you're not facing linemen all the time. So you would show up and you would try to use your verbal judo first, right? Hey, bud, I'm here. I'm trying to help you. We don't want to hurt you. We just want you to surrender. Can you put the knife down? Can you put the knife down? Can you put the gun down? Can you put the, well, not the gun. If it's a gun and he raises it, you're just shooting that motherfucker. But if it's a knife or a screwdriver or hedge trimmers or whatever, it's like, hey, can you put it down? Can you put it down? Like, listen, we don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you, right? Verbal de-escalation first. But as you're doing the verbal de-escalation, you also get officers to start grabbing non-lethals like Bolo and riot shields and this, that, the other. And what if your verbal judo is working? Let's say you're talking to a schizophrenic and you're like, hey man, I'm not here to hurt you. Can you put the knife down? And he responds and he's like, I really want to, but I can't go on anymore. I can't go on anymore. Then at that point you go, okay, verbal judo is working. Let's not bust out all our tools, because if we bust out all our tools, he's going to get more worked up and he's not going to respond to the verbal judo. Whereas if he starts going, fuck you, pig, I'm going to stab you full of holes. Then you go, oh, okay, let's go get all the tools. And then you get all of your tools and you have one officer on standby ready to smoke his ass if he charges you. Hood Monkey says, Connor, you poor, simple soul. What you need is the Bolo gun from Death Stranding 1 and 2, because those also have taser power based. Bong and Stuff says, I could see these be effective. I think they are effective. Fashion 40 says, Connor didn't see the Japanese figure this out and Batman gentrified it. Bolo rap? Maybe. Yeah, man, if you want to kill people, fuck you. Kind of, okay? I want to kill people, but I want to kill bad people, right? I want to kill Casey Anthony. I want to kill O.J. Simpson. I want to kill the guy who did the terrorist attack in Norway. I want to kill the Christchurch shooter. I want to kill Doshkar Sarnayev, the terrorist who blew up a 5-year-old at the Boston Marathon bombing. I want to kill bad people, right? But I don't want to kill civilians, and I don't want to kill schizophrenics, even if they're threatening sometimes. I don't want to kill autistics. I don't want to kill diabetics. I don't want to kill, like, relatively speaking, innocent civilians. So, yeah. Anyways. Excuse me. Airborne Kite says, appreciate the content for the past few days. $2 Canadian. Well, now I'm worried that you're Canadian. I thought when it was the Airborne Kite, I thought you might have been like an airborne veteran, but now it's a Canadian $2. So I don't know. I don't know where you're from and what you did, but I love you anyways. Parasocially, of course. Officer Nasty says, Connor, why wasn't it reasonable? What if the detained had another gun there? You already said, I don't care if the cop saw Preddy get disarmed. He could have had a second hidden gun. Correct. But somebody else would have had to see the second hidden gun. So they would have had to yell gun, gun, gun while killing the guy, right? Because if somebody is yelling disarmed, they're saying they have a weapon, but the guy's disarmed. Whereas if the guy's going for a knife or a gun, then the guy could yell knife, 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 or gun, 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 and then he could still get smoked. Fatimo says, did that deleted chat say racist smart weapons? Maybe. This is like the 4th time, laugh my ass off. Was it 2 or 3 times? Yes or no? I have no idea. I'm the whipping boy, says Sacred Snow. Shake my head. Sorry. Well, you're promoted, so deal with it. Love you. I'm hedging like a master gardener, and it's all missed kill myself. You need some system to read Mark chats. No. Definitely says Connor is boomering around. Well, say that again, and I'll take away your what can be given can be taken away. I know Silver doesn't want a wrench, but I gave it to him anyways. Sacred Snow says, Connor's one red of the super chat away from having Christian Valera scream gun so he can dome me. No. Real Serious says, Connor, how many fingers am I holding up? 1. You can die from blood chokes easy? I don't think so. Explosion is expanding gas. That would be Wind Nation. True. Static shock type cops. True. Fire Nation can make lightning. That's cool. Connor, the Fire Nation was able to use electricity. Excellent. Then Fire Nation already covers it. The Electric Nation would be all black people. Do you get it? Do you get why I do this job? Right? I've successfully given myself an ulcer in heart disease over the past 48 hours by screaming at my friends on the internet. I have 100 people calling me an R slur to my face, but they're doing it in a really funny way. And then random like racist jokes pop out. This is a great job, man. I fucking love this job. My wife was like, hey, can you quit and go back to like your boring paperwork job? And I was like, no. I was like, no. I make more money talking shit on the internet than I did in construction administration. In construction administration, I was like staring at my pistol like it was fucking chocolate ice cream. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that bad. I'm exaggerating. But like, come on, man. Well, your options are go sit in a fucking office and make the same 50 phone calls that you made today, that you made yesterday, that you made the day before, 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 and then update a bunch of paperwork in reference to a series of construction jobs that are all being worked through in a systemic fashion while listening to podcasts and listening to music. It's actually not a bad job. Or hang out with 100 political schizos on the internet and talk shit to each other for 5 hours a day. I'm obviously picking the latter. Obviously. TS Phantom says they're obviously missing the power of soy. Although I do think soy would be earth. White phosphorus would be nasty work. True. They use knees to master air based. Beef Supreme says, now that cows can use tools, I think we found our next riot police. True. Hutch Larry says, we must bully Connor to watch a lot more anime cartoons so that his analogy can be way better. True. I did see, is Cowboy Bebop. I know a lot of people love Cowboy Bebop. The anime, not the live action. Although I kind of want to watch the live action because I really like the Asian guy who was the stoner from when Harold and Kumar. But we should do a movie night at some point. But anyways, is Cowboy Bebop sci-fi? That way I could break it down on the Sci-Fi Channel. Because a lot of people say like Cowboy Bebop is just good art. They just say the anime, like the style doesn't matter. It's just a well-written, aesthetically pleasing, good action show. What are some examples of lawful commands? If you're under arrest, it's put your hands behind, or turn around and put your hands behind your back. That's a lawful command. A lawful command, if somebody's in the roadway and I'm able to enforce traffic laws, it could be, you need to leave the roadway. This is dangerous. That's a lawful command. And I can repeat myself. In training, they call it verbal judo, but they also say ask, tell, make. So for instance, let's say that we're on the side of the road and we're talking, but you're standing way too close to the fucking roadway. Then what I can say is, and by the way, this isn't policy. This is just like verbal judo. I can say, hey, I'm a little worried about oncoming traffic. Can we take a few steps over to the right? And 99% of the time, because most people are decent people who understand some degree of danger, they go, yeah, sure. And then they take 6 steps to the right, and then you're good, and you don't have to give them lawful orders. But then 1 out of 100 person is a fucking douchebag, and you're like, hey, can we take 6 steps to the right? I don't want to get hit by an oncoming car. And they go, fuck you, make me. And you're like, okay, this is dangerous. I'm ordering you to take 6 steps to the right. And if you don't obey my lawful command, you're going to be under arrest. And then what I would say is, out of the 1 out of 100 that's a douchebag, like half of them comply and half of them don't. And so you basically de-escalate the situation by giving them a lawful order, but you do so in a non-dickish way as maximally as possible. And then if they don't obey the lawful order, you got a choice. You either repeat your lawful order in hopes of like de-escalating the situation, or you just say ask, tell, make. Okay. And a lot of cops, they just go with ask, tell, make, because that's something that's defensible. In a court of law, you can say, I asked them to do something for either officer safety or for a legal purpose. They told me to fuck myself. I told them that I was giving them a lawful order and that if they did not obey my lawful order, then they would be under arrest. They told me to fuck myself. So at that point, I decided that detention and arrest was appropriate. And then boom, like it's a way more risky course of action, but it's legally defensible. Conserve says, what about someone whose first language isn't English? Why is it acceptable for an officer to just yell, fuck off, and everyone should internalize he's making a lawful request to move out of the roadway? It's not reasonable to expect that. But at the same time, I don't know. I think if I went to a foreign country and an angry law enforcement officer points in this direction and says, dépêche-toi, salopard, dépêche-toi, salopard, then I would know what to do. I would say, okay. D'accord, monsieur. Au revoir. And then I would dip out. Oh. Once everyone is a mod, no one will be. We'll just be the COG kings. Sacred Snow says, Bipolar Connor from yesterday, goddamn, went from banning any white man who commented to modding them. Taze is worthy of full trust. I know. He's a good man. He's a good man. He helped me out a lot. Grassroots says, I want a super wrench. I can't even accidentally ban vet anymore. This is madness. See, Grassroots, I would give you the super wrench for being like the one of the major Oiler backers of the channel. But my fear is that like you would accidentally ban somebody and it would be like it would be irreversible, because with the super wrench, you get like permanent ban power. I have permanent ban power. Current mods only have timeout powers. So, Beef Supreme says, Nate the lawyer has a good video breaking down something, 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 and then it auto-loaded to the bottom of the page. Sorry for belching. Sorry for belching. Yes. Sorry, I'm scrolling up. If I missed your super chat, my apologies. Okay, no, I found it. Let's start content. It's 1:42. That means that we've already spent 2 hours just catching up with chat. Although I do think, I don't know about y'all, but like when there's like a big debate and there's kind of like a drama within the COG community, which is effectively 70% of the chat thinks Connor is an R slur and he's lost his fucking mind and he should KYS. I know that you guys probably don't think that extremely, but let's be real. There's a little bit of drama. There's a little bit of contention. I don't mind clearing the air. I don't mind hanging out a little bit. I don't mind. Oh, yeah. See, this fucking F slur. God, I wish I could say the F slur. Gilded Pooh says, is Connor still crying about defending a murder and losing the debate to Pisco? So just another Wednesday. Nice. Yeah, get banned, fucking retard. Sorry, Ken. Sorry for the. Oh, shit. Where is it? Oh, let me find Gilded Pooh again. I have Gilded Pooh on one screen, but it's the screen that I can't ban on. Let me find him over here. Gilded Pooh. What a crazy name, by the way. All things considered, I don't want to have to. I'm going to ban Gilded Pooh because he's being such a see you next Tuesday. But I probably would unban him for having a cool name. So let's just get rid of him. Can I do a timeout on this one? I could do a timeout on this one, right? Put user in a timeout. That's fine. We'll just do a timeout. I'll give him 30 minutes. If Gilded Pooh comes back and he's chill, he's got a cool username. I wouldn't mind having somebody in my community named Gilded Pooh. But if he comes back and he's still rude, then twist his balls. I think that's fair. All right. No autistics. All of DGG is safe. No, I was very young and picked a dumb name. That happens to the best of us, Airborne Kite. Fast and Bulbous for 5 says, with great power comes great responsibility, and I'm very irresponsible with that. I appreciate the wrench. I wish to be de-wrenched. Well, too late. Too late. Suck a dick, dipshit. Oh, Bronca said case law doesn't support felony murder. Nate was just making a case of a possible charge from Minnesota. Okay. Construction admin is just babysitting adults. Yes. AK Batu Sai says there was a TikTok of black guys playing a Family Feud style game, and they had to name like 6 superheroes that were black and didn't have electricity, has a power. It was the funniest shit in a while. Dude, if you don't know Static Shock, then your childhood sucked. Sacred Snow says, I know the chatter was referencing Static Shock, but also the Land of Lightning, if I had to guess, was the most black ninjas of any ninja village in Naruto. Evan says, work kills me, but I can always throw a like. Well, thank you. Eric Dom says, why would your wife not want you to hang with us? Do you have a decent life insurance policy? I do. Artsy Corp Fiction says, Cowboy Bebop is base. Do not do the live action. Tay says, Cowboy Bebop is good, but it might not be your speed. That's true. Don't watch live action. Cowboy Bebop sucked. Live action was so close and yet so far. Sci-fi West. Dude, sci-fi Western is my jam. Do you understand how much I love Serenity? Like, if I could be Malcolm Reynolds, okay? If I could be Malcolm Reynolds instead of me, I would be Malcolm Reynolds. But I can't be Malcolm Reynolds, so I'm not Malcolm Reynolds. Oh, it's a sci-fi Western. That's amazing. I love sci-fi Westerns. Beef Supreme says, I've got a lawful order. Bend over, booch. True. Kidda says, Connor asking if anyone likes Cowboy Bebop to anime fans is like asking if anyone likes Breaking Bad. Good. I'm happy it's that highly recommended. Everybody keeps saying it's cowboy sci-fi, and you have to understand, Serenity, I had not watched. What was it? I did not watch Firefly. I had not watched Firefly. And I think a few sci-fi nerds recommend Firefly to me, and I try to watch half an episode, and the special effects and the makeup were so bad. I was like, this is like a B movie. This fucking sucks. And I dipped out, like not paying attention to the writing or the vocal, the script or anything like that. And then I randomly bumped into Serenity. I think my parents like bought a DVD on sale for like a road trip or something. And I had a DVD of Serenity in like 2002, 2004. Maybe it was later than that. I forget. But I watched Serenity and I was in love. Like the writing, having a psyker who is brain broken in River Tam. And I'll admit, I thought River Tam was super cute. River Tam, having Inara, who's like a space geisha that Malcolm Reynolds, she's a space whore. Let's be real. She's like a high priced escort. She's like a masseuse. She's a courtesan. She's a geisha. And so Malcolm Reynolds is in love with her, but also can't like reconcile his love with her job. And therefore they have like a will they, won't they hate each other, they love each other dynamic. Jane just being like the dumb muscle. Jane was my Amos before Amos was my Amos. For those of you who don't know, Amos is like the muscle in the Expanse, and he's a phenomenal character. I love Amos with my entire heart. He's like a sociopathic murderer with a heart of gold. He's so cool. So Jane was like my Amos before Amos. So dude, saying it's a space Western, I'm sold. Real Serious says, I sent in a super chat earlier. In a hypothetical scenario, if you could go back in time to modify the law so it was a bad shoot, would you? No, I wouldn't. I would change the policy and the tactics in order to save Mr. Whatever's life. I would not go back and say, if you perceive imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you're not allowed to shoot unless you see the weapon. Which, by the way, that's kind of the policy by implication that you guys are saying. It's like, another officer can scream gun, 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 but until you see his skull evaporate into red paste, you can't pull your gun and fire. That's like really stupid. It's like very stupid. Fashion 40 for 5 says, watch Cowboy Bebop. It's sci-fi. It's amazing, and the ships are heavily detailed and not superpowered bullshit. Based. Christian Lara says, lawful command, spread your cheeks and lift your sack. If you're in prison, yes. If in prison. Yes. Anonymous Shattered for 5 says Pentagon is given active duty at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, ready orders to prepare for deployment to Minnesota. I hate Trump so much. I hate him so much. I hope he dies of natural causes in the next 24 hours. Real Serious for 100 Argentinian says Cowboy Bebop is goated, not the Netflix show, please. Samurai Champloo is goated. Ghost in the Shell is goated. Well, I'm probably going to have to add Ghost in the Shell and Cowboy Bebop to my Counterpoint Sci-Fi timeline. All right. Ryan Nowicki says, before you said you wouldn't support Jon Stewart for POTUS because he waffles on points but didn't elaborate, and I can't find the positions you were referring to. Can you elaborate? No, it would take me too long. There was sometimes when I was watching The Daily Show back in the day where effectively I would understand an argument from a conservative perspective, and then I would listen to straw mans from Jon Stewart, and I would get frustrated. Also, effectively, I feel like he was trying to be like a progressive Bernie bro like a year ago. And then you check like 6 months ago now, and he's kind of being a shit lib. And it's like, you know, like the whole white person speech. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, oh, as a white man, and it's like, are you Jewish or white? You need to pick one. Like Jews need to pick. You understand that, right? You're either Jewish or you're white. If you want to be white, be white. But if you're white, then you share all of our collective guilt of bullshit, right? In the systemic power hierarchy, you're with us in the fucking gulag. All right? If you're a white Jew. But if you're a Jew, then you can be like, oh, well, don't Holocaust me. I'm a Jew. And you can't jump back and forth between identities. It's bullshit. Imagine if I was jumping back and forth between American and Irish. I say I'm ethnically descended from Ireland, but I don't claim any kind of like identitarian oppression points for being Irish. Oh, we need a mod mind map. Not today. Not today, you don't. No way he skipped the whole Nate message. Not on purpose. You need chill streams just for engaging with chat. We'll still hang out with you. True. Just say it. Jesus hates a pussy. No, dude. I need to stay employed. Lol. Bans him today. Sees name in ban list. Whoa, that's a cool name. Who the fuck banned this guy? Yes. Fellrunner says Connor Real is right. You should have the ability to pick users out and see their chats exclusively in their details. Okay, well, I don't know what to do with that. So my name is 17 years old. Well, I hope you're not saying that you're 17 years old. AK Batusai says now trying 6 that don't have electricity. All right. I'm almost wrapped. Serenity was fucking amazing. You mean Firefly? No, I mean Serenity, the movie that was affiliated with Firefly. Firefly is a colloquial term for the Serenity ship because it's like engine or whatever. Its drive emits like a giant yellow glow. So Firefly is a nickname for the ship. Serenity is the actual proper name of the ship, and it's a phenomenal movie. Artsy Corp Fiction says, I can't be the only one who loved Firefly but didn't like Serenity, right? You probably are. I loved both of them. I watched Firefly, thought it was amazing, went back to watch Serenity, and fell in love with... wait, hold on. I watched Serenity, fell in love with the cast and crew and the ship and all that kind of stuff. I went back and watched Firefly, and I thought it was amazing. Yeah. Randy Chang says, on sale DVD bin is the perfect place to find Serenity. True. Oh, Grassroots says, I literally have no power in the verse can stop me tattooed on my chest. That's crazy. That's great, though. You don't understand how much I love that show. I think that's not my favorite quote from the TV show, but that is an amazing show. Stargate's plot is funny as fuck to me. We discovered a portal to an alien Egypt-like world, and their god is angry at us. I love Stargate. I love the movie. The TV show, I feel, is like repetitive. Yeah. Destron says Stargate gets wacky after later seasons. Exactly. Ghost in the Shell has some rough bits. That's okay. All right. I caught up with you guys, relatively speaking. We already hit 20 chats, which means we already smashed 2 goals. I haven't even done any content, and we were around 100 live viewers. So thank you to the 100 people who just hung out and listened to me fucking whinge and bitch for the past 2 hours. I appreciate it. I do hope we're stronger as a community as a result of me whinging and bitching, and you guys whinging and bitching at me for whinging and bitching, and therefore we can come together in our commiseration and form a stronger community. Tagarung makes me sad, man. Me in my rage killing Tagarung, that legitimately makes me sad. So don't let me forget him. He's a lost soldier. So I'll unban him. Just don't let me forget that Tagarun exists. I'm not going to do it now, but I'll find him in the ban list and I'll unban him. There's a couple other people who got caught in the crossfire. So if I recognize a username, I'll unban them. So anyways, the one thing that I want you guys to take away from it though is that if we disagree on something and I'm getting spicy, sometimes it's not because you have to explain something additional to me. Okay? Sometimes I understand exactly what the fuck you're saying. I just disagree. And I expect that out of you too, where if you do disagree, then I expect you to say, "Hey Connor, I think you're wrong for XYZ ABC reason. Have you considered blank?" That's what I want out of you. And then if I disagree with you further, you can say, "You're an F slur for disagreeing with me, and I think you should KYS, but I still love you, Booby Bear." And as long as you put Booby Bear or "but I still love you" or something like that in there, then I'm not going to fucking ban you, right? But if you come in and you're like a snide, condescending, "see you next Tuesday" or whatever, then I'm gonna start pulling triggers. I'm gonna like start shooting people, man. It's crazy. Like you can't just walk in and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm smarter than you. You're a midwit dipstick. You should KYS." And then I'm just supposed to be like, "I like cultivating a diverse community." No, this is my community. If you want different content, if you want a different community, go to a fucking different community. It's my community. Or if you drop hundreds of dollars, correct. I killed Doobie yesterday. That's another one I need to unban. So in my rage, I killed Doobie. In my defense, he was mischaracterizing my law enforcement service again after I've already explained it to him 7 fucking times. So I need to unban Doobie because Doobie's like, "Fuck you, but here's $500 for me to say fuck you." And it's like, all right. If you're gonna tell me to fuck myself, then paying me $500 to tell me to fuck myself is actually fantastic. Connor about to be an internet ICE agent. I was yesterday, dude. Yesterday I was popping off. I was smoking some fools. I was smoking friends. I was the Wesley Snipes crying gun meme. Okay. Wesley Snipes crying gun meme. This was me yesterday, bro. Just fucking smoking fucking Tagarung. It's like, how dare you? How dare you betray me, brother? I agreed with Doobie, but even I wanted that ninja band. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get cracking. It's just Avi says, "Hey Connor, download the program Keyframe MP to unlock the capability to play video frames by frame on stream. Surely this will be better than playing and pausing videos. We'll see." Anonymous Chatter says, "I miss Doobie getting killed and none of y'all told me." All right. All right. Yes, sugar tits is another safe word. Okay. So if you say, "Hey Connor, you're wrong, KYS, still love you, Booby Bear," or sugar tits, I'm okay with that. That's fine. I won't ban you as long as your insulting message has Booby Bear or sugar tits in it. That I can tolerate. Let me find a video. Okay. So I'm actually sufficiently emotionally cathartic in order to do the Destiny debate content, but I do think that I would get pissed off again and then we would start fighting again. I would borderline rather do the Lib and Learn episode because I think the Lib and Learn episode is about 20 minutes of whether or not we should defund ICE, which allows me to dunk on AF Racing. And then, excuse me, I got to dunk on AF Racing. Because he was saying nobody's talking about defunding ICE, and then literally live and learn simultaneously to him telling me that nobody was talking about defund ICE. The same night that AF Racing got banned, they were talking about defunding ICE, and it's like, don't fucking gaslight me, you fucking dipshit. So yeah, I would love to dunk on AF Racing for 20 minutes, and then the 20 minutes after that is about how Hutch is too mean to leftists. And so as a result, Hassan is bad, but Hutch is soy. And I think that's funny. So Targan says, in last Destiny debate, the other guy is what? It's so bad faith, there's no point in watching this shit. Well, we could watch the AJW one. You'd probably think that AJW is more bad faith than the other guy. But AJW is kind of like a bigger streamer, bigger YouTuber who knows how to throw elbows. Silver says, do live and learn. Also, don't debate Destiny. Watch his debate he just had. It'll be the same as yours for the most part. That's what I was thinking, Silver. Truth be told, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking because the guy was bringing up use of force, deadly force, video frames, fog of war, all that kind of stuff. I actually think the guy from last night, even if the debate was boring, I think he straight up had he brought up all the points that I brought up. So yeah, just never punch left and they'll all be your friends. Yeah, I know. But I don't think that's fun. Vazraka says, gifted 1 Valor Media Network membership. Thank you. Thank you, Vazraka. Thank you for being my favorite lurker with Brooklyn #2. And whoever complained that they weren't my favorite lurker anymore, they were like, I'm not your favorite lurker anymore. No, sorry. Vazraka is my favorite lurker. Okay. Sacred Snow says, if you do end up debating Destiny on Preddy, I would hedge with your reason for taking the stance immediately so DGG doesn't soy out hard. Got to preserve the MIB debate cred. You say that. And yet, I think DGG and PGG, the piss community, I think DGG and the piss community love having a villain that they can talk to without the bridge burning. So, honestly, I think they that were like, Connor doesn't hate the gays. Connor doesn't hate the transes. Connor doesn't hurt the blacks. He's pretty much just a Democrat. And then we talk about a police shooting. And they're like, holy shit, Connor's a fucking Nazi. Do you know how awesome that is? Do you know how cathartic that is? Like I understand, like, you guys probably want me to be like more soy and come your way in reference to police issues and all that kind of stuff. But do you know how fucking cathartic it is to effectively get called like, you're just a Democrat. You're just a Democrat in hiding. You're just like us. You're just like a liberal. Like you don't hate the blacks or the gays or the Hispanics or the transes. Therefore, you're pretty much just like us. And then we start talking about police officers and they're like, you're a fucking Nazi and you should kill yourself. Oh, it's so cathartic. That actually brings me like psychic relief. Oh, man. Okay. Beef Supreme renewed their membership. Thank you, Beef. I appreciate you. Doobie got banned temporarily. Yes. The Pissers, PGG, the Piss Babies. That's just rude. If somebody called my community Piss Babies, I'd be furious. Eric Dom says, would love a conversation between you and other ex-service members, police and military, you vehemently disagree with about reforms, training, or otherwise. No idea how it would do viewership-wise, though. Sure. If we can find like a Chud MAGA, the shooting was totally justified, everybody should eat a dick. And if we could find like a soy progressive guy who's like, no, ICE needs to be abolished now, but I'm a former cop with 20 years of service under my belt, I think that'd be fun. All right. I am Simba says, I'm going to get into the content momentarily. I always say that, and then I spend 10 more minutes reading chat, but chat's giving me quality slop right now. They're slop posting. They're quality posting right now. So I need to engage with the quality. I am Simba says, the people that purposely misunderstand the on-the-books laws versus practical application of law enforcement blow me. True. Reasonable people can disagree. I still think you're a dino. Okay. Well, thanks for sticking around. Vorpal says, Destiny likes cop slop too and said Kyle Rittenhouse was correct. They hate that about him too. Based. It's just obvious as Connor's basically a Democrat, gets into fist fight with Pisco over a cop shooting. I know, it's so based. It's so based. Sacred Snow says DGG is very soy about why centrists are making the arguments they are right now because Lex and the other centrists traumatized them. That's fair. Connor is a standard conservative. It's just that Trump is uniquely bad and has hijacked the GOP. That's what I think, Mr. Feeney, but that's okay. Yeah, well, QC John says, flashback to the old Twitch Connor is a Nazi days. I know. It's a great callback. Yeah, Jeb Kush, we're on the same side. Pro Leo Lib, who agrees with neocon foreign policy. I mean, that makes you a neocon, but you can still vote Democrat because the neocons are largely dead. Why doesn't Connor collab with more Valor vets? Because they're professionals who don't use potty words. And I'm a psycho who is debating psychos in Twitch and YouTube politics. You understand the only reason why I'm not fired right now, because I'm such a fucking crazy person who participates in such a crazy part of the internet, is because I bring in so much money. You understand that, right? Like if Valor was doing well metrically with like the yoga, peaceful stretch, this is how you love your wife better, this is how you avoid divorce, this is how you control your adrenal system to make sure you're a more calm and clear professional adult. You understand that if that content was doing numbers, they probably would have fired me. I don't think they dislike me. I just think that my content is so different from what they do that if they were making like 10 grand a month off of like pro positive masculine content, I would be gone because I'm like the antithesis. I'm literally like, you know that meme? You know that meme of like the old guy sitting in his deathbed and he's like, I wish I argued with people more on the internet. And they're like the background, he's on his deathbed, but the background is like stars, because he's like on the verge of passing into a different plane of existence. That's me. That's me. And they know that's me. Tezzy says, that was me, Connor. I've been watching for 5 to 6 months. I lurk mainly because I watch and work at the same time. Lol. Well, thank you for the $10, Tezzy. You, because you've donated and because you've identified yourself, you're now my second favorite lurker. Brooklyn is dropped into number 3. All right. Let me thank my super chatters. Let's start a segment. We also hit the goal. So let's start another goal. Pop out chat. Move it over here. Reset the goal. Thank you for smashing through 2.5 goals already today. I do parasocially love you. And me pissing you guys off, but not pissing you off so much that you leave is actually like the sweet spot for making money. Okay, new goal. Beef Supreme says, yeah, Valor is the grunt in the trenches at Valor, and Connor brings on 10x compared to the rest of Valor. Like, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or whatever, but yeah, like sometimes what they post gets like 5,000 views, 10,000 views. A lot of the time what they post gets like 100 to 200 views. And then also they don't get super chats. So the monetization on a 10K view video is not that great. So if you look at, I'm not trying to like be like too gross about it or whatever, but at the same time, like I would say 90%, sometimes 95% of the channel is super chats. So, and my shit consistently gets 1,000 views, which like, it's not great. I wish I got more post-recorded views, but for being consistently performing decently, I'm okay with that. All right. Reading the chats, and then we're going to get cracking. Vazraka with the gifted, Beef Supreme with the membership, Beef Supreme with the gifted, Tezzy Boy with the 10. Thank you, kings and queens. I parasocially love you. We've already hit a good goal. We've already smashed 2.5 goals. But if you want to, there's exponential entropy. Guess who's getting a moderator for being an Oiler? Exponential entropy says, I was a lurker as well, but once I started dropping 100s, I was forced to talk. You don't have to if you don't want to, King. You can just keep dropping 100s. But I do appreciate it when you drop because it basically means that I haven't lost my black audience yet. Thank you to Lawson Harrison and Exponential Entropy and Death Lily. And there was another guy, Hutchinson. He was talking earlier today in chat, but I got like half a dozen people either with anime PFPs or black person PFPs, and I'm happy that I haven't lost all my black viewers yet. My apologies. My apologies for what you've had to endure as my black viewers. Anyways, let's do it. Isn't Justin black? Justin's black, but he's a groiper. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to fast forward to 10 minutes because I think that's where it kicks off. Matter of fact, I'm a fast forward 15 minutes, so there's no warm up. Destron says, black viewer here. You haven't lost me yet, but I think you almost lost me, Destron. I think you were, there you go. It's Hutch. Yes, there. Hutch Larry. Oh, I said Larry Hutchinson. I said Larry Hutchinson. I said that. Also, Destron, you almost lost me because I think you were being soy yesterday, but I think I love you anyways. I think I just timed you out. All right. The black delegation loves you. Yeah, Destron, didn't I time you out? Weren't you being soy? I don't remember now. In my rage, I killed so many. There were so many innocent coggers caught up in the slaughter. Fashion 40 says, if you forget I'm black, then we're going to have problems. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I forgot. All right. Anyways, I love my black viewers. I'm sorry that I do propaganda. I'm sorry that I refer to my relations with the black community the way Yoda refers to his relations with the Wookiees. You know, Yoda's like, to Kashyyyk I shall go. Excellent relations with the Wookiees I have. And I'm like, to the police body camera footage I shall go. Excellent relations with the blacks I have. You know? All right. Let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got some lefty infighting for you today. It's going to be live and learn. And the way I've already watched some of this, I think the first 10 to 15 minutes is going to be about the ICE shooting. For those of you who don't know, let's say that this video is in a time capsule. The ICE, which is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they're a federal law enforcement agency. They've killed 2, maybe 3 people in the past week. One of them was a mid-30s woman who was fleeing a scene, and a law enforcement officer put himself, arguably, in front of her vehicle and shot her to death. That was already a controversial shooting. Then the second shooting was a gentleman who was exercising his First Amendment and Second Amendment rights, but he intervened on a law enforcement officer shoving a woman to the ground. And as a result, they saw his concealed weapons pistol and they disarmed him and they shot him to death simultaneously, which once again was a controversial shooting. As a result, liberals and progressives are arguing about whether or not we should defund or reform police or whatever. And what's funny is I had a chatter that I had to ban recently because we were arguing about the shootings and they were being a real prick about it. Prick. What a great word. I should start using prick instead of other insults. So they were being a prick about it. And what ended up happening was I banned that person. But I partially banned that person because they were saying, oh, no one's talking about defund the police. You're gaslighting us. And now I just want to rub it in their fucking face that a mainstream normie Twitch and YouTube political liberal and progressive show was talking about defunding ICE while they were gaslighting me saying no one was talking about that. Okay. Then the second half is going to be Hutch, the bald gentleman in the top left. People argue that because he's a liberal who tries to fight the leftists who give liberals and progressives a bad name, they argue that he's a bad liberal because he spends too much time fighting lefties. And I love lefty infighting. It's like heroin, just concentrate it and shoot it right into my veins. So should be good content. Let's get cracking.
Divide. It's less clear to me whether the Renee good shooting, whether that was there's no self-defense claim there, but it's certainly this second
Solid says, I still love you, man. Keep it up. Thank you for the super chat, King. I parasocially love you as well.
one. I don't think there's any self-defense claim there. I think this is obviously at the very least, it is because a lot of ICE members are untrained and Trump and the administration doesn't care. I think they're almost certainly is just their culture within ICE and within even the administration that they just don't have any regard for the well-being of immigrants. And there's some active hatred there that makes these things more likely. And there's probably some active hatred for the domestic terrorists that have been filming them as well. And that is what's leading to these confrontations. And I think I would support abolish ICE. You guys might be able to clarify this. I guess I wouldn't see, though. I'd be curious what you think, like the big difference between just like laying off most of the people who are hired under Trump and having a president that is not doing these type of raids. What the difference between that and actually abolishing ICE would be, because I don't see a big difference there.
Well, we'll unpack these questions, and Pisco, why don't you start us off with that, and then everybody else can give their thoughts. But I do want to give some breaking news. The Atlantic is reporting that Greg Lavino, that little Nazi fuck, has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at Large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon. So it seems like he got fired. And Secretary Noem and advisor Corey Lewandowski are at risk of losing their jobs as well. So there's a little.
Okay, but this is symbolic, right? We know this is symbolic. I know that these guys, I think I heard them talk about it or whatever. They're going to say, oh, well, it's good that our public pressure campaign is resulting in some things breaking in the Trump administration. So we're going to view this as them cracking under the pressure, which, good for them. I understand. But you understand that this is just like them throwing you a bone that actually doesn't change anything. It was the same thing with moving the officer out of state, the officers who had done the shooting. That wasn't because they felt bad about the shooting. That's because they didn't want anybody to hunt down and kill the people who did the shooting, right? Because that's just going to escalate tensions to a point that's unsustainable. So they move the guys who are on administrative duty now due to participating in the shooting. They move them out of state, not because they're not going to continue ICE operations, but because they're trying to make sure that those guys don't get murdered. And then the same thing with Bovino. Bovino is supposed to be like a pretty aggressive guy. They're moving him out of state in order to say, oh yeah, well, we changed commanders and we have like a little bit of a nicer commander now. So you guys should stop complaining about it. So, it's a cup game. You put the ball in the cup and then you swizzle it around and then people don't know where the ball is. That's all that happened.
A little bit of breaking news there. Please go. Thoughts? Go.
Sacrificial lambs. No, but on the specific question of like, what's the difference? I think the difference is, from the perspective of like the legal distinction, abolishing an agency, making it defunct is very different than firing personnel within it by definition, right? Getting rid of the agency means it's not functioning anymore. There is no such thing as it. Firing people within it is merely sort of changing who's within the agency. And I think there's a good reason to abolish the entire agency at this point. I think that after this administration, they would have recruited heavily and specifically for people who are ideologically motivated for a given sort of position, which seems to be not respecting the rights of the American people, or indeed any of the people who they're attempting to detain or deport. I think that they've shown themselves to be a clear and present danger to the American people. And I think that we need a new agency or an old agency with a mandate that puts first as a priority respecting the rights and privileges of the American people.
Okay.
And so that's the difference, in my opinion.
Okay. You do understand this is what frustrates me about this, is that I do not consider Pisco a crazy person, even though he says crazy shit. Okay. I think Pisco is smart. I think Pisco is a liberal who goes progressive every now and then so he can impress his lefty girlfriend. Okay. I don't actually mean that. I'm fucking around. I do think that Pisco believes more progressive things, but I think it's indicative that he is working, in my opinion, backwards from a pretty like aggressive belief. Okay. Pisco's aggressive belief is that the officer or the agent saw the disarm, okay, and then wanted to murder someone and knew that he would have a sufficient justification to do so, and so use that as an excuse to murder someone. That's a really extreme claim. And I understand that he's saying that what did he say? He said like, oh, well, I don't have to justify, or like I don't have to know his internal calculus in order to charge the guy with murder. You know that, right? And I was like, yeah, I know that. Like you can charge murder because you can use other indications of to show like either motive or negligence or malfeasance or hostility or whatever the fuck. 100%. You can go after somebody for murder without 100% proven intention. But I think he's working backwards. And yeah, that's where for me, like that hostility, that hatred or whatever, it kind of flows through the rest of his like well, let's repeal the entire agency because it's better to throw out the carton of rotten apples rather than trying to separate the good apples from the whatever. But I also think that's a non-starter. And the reason why it's a non-starter is because y'all Democrats wasted a fuckload of political capital on defund the police in the summer of 2020. People have not forgotten that shit. So if you start echoing the same like rhetoric that you had in 2020, you're going to lose 30% of your political momentum out the gate, because people are going to be like, yeah, fuck that. Right. They're going to be like, oh, you were trying to fund the police in 2020. We had a summer of rioting. And fuck you, you know? Lefty girlfriend is one hell of a euphemism. I don't think I'm being euphemistic. Joe the Silly Serious. I remember debating Joe the Silly Serious a few times. I thought she was an interesting character. I'm surprised she's not more in the debate scene than she used to be. But Joe the Silly Serious, I think somebody was saying that she's unironically a socialist and a progressive. Right? I wasn't talking about Aaron. I wasn't talking about Straight Raid. I was talking about Joe. Pisco, to my knowledge, is dating Joe the Silly Serious, who was a progressive in the debate scene for a while, but then she disappeared. And I don't know if they live together or whatever. I don't know what their personal situation is, but I thought they were dating. She's progressive. I've heard other people call her a socialist. And then Aaron is not Pisco's girlfriend. That's Lycan's girlfriend, but they do a show together. I don't even know if the show together is still running. All right. Anyways.
I'm not a fan of abolish ICE. I think it requires too much explaining, like defund the police. I understand that there's support for that now, but in the end,
Josh CFC, how are you still alive? I thought I twisted your balls yesterday. What happened? What happened? How are you still alive? Explain yourself.
we want a federal agency that works with state and local officials to do targeted pinpoint raids on bad people. I think ICE is full of shit right now about what they're doing. I don't think they're going about it right, but I think there's just too much. We expect people to fill in the gaps and come up with, oh, but you mean you still want this to happen or not? I think it's just too easy for people to go, oh, so you want child rapists to be in communities that are undocumented? Got it.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think I agree with the hesitancy because the defund the police slogan was so poison. But when you look and if you don't have to explain to people, if you just say, hey, this is a corrupt agency, we need to reform it. I don't think that's not like some burden that we have to hop over to just say, abolish ICE, let's do, immigration with some other facility or for some other department. That's not that much of an ask for people to understand that. I don't think it's nearly so crazy.
Josh CFC says, I'm 41, my guy. I hate my guy, but the rest of the sentence is cute. Grown men don't run, lol. And like I said, I think you're a good guy mostly. All right. Let's kiss and make up. Let's go hold hands. Let's hold hands and walk on the beach and talk about police reform.
Is he has abolished the police. And most people don't even know that ICE was recently created, but I don't think most people even know what ICE is until now, when all they see is them essentially being the enforcement arm of the executive branch. And just like you said, like, oh, the facade of they're going in and getting rid of the bad people. Well, you look at the letter that they've sent to Tim Walz, and one of the demands is give us your voter registration data, which is like, it couldn't possibly be more blatant that, oh, this has nothing to do with the immigration. If you're saying you'll withdraw people, you'll stop doing ICE operations in this state, it's clearly not an important thing that you want to do mass deportations. You're just trying to enforce what the president wants. So I don't know. I think it needs to go.
I'm pro abolish ICE with some caveats, and I think I can give you guys a pragmatic reason as well. The caveat that I would give, I'll start with the pragmatism. I think the pragmatic reason is the same reason why I think like Chuck Schumer should step aside his leadership. It's not even because I think he's been a particularly horrible leader. I think it's because he's lost the confidence of the voters, and it would foster goodwill for the party for him to step aside. I think that would be a meaningful gesture. And similarly, we're seeing right now support for ICE collapse like significantly. There's multiple polls now showing.
I think this is a wasted political effort. I think that legislature, with the proposals that we brought up in reference to the documentation, as a matter of fact, I'll bring it in right now. So I think this is a waste of political capital. I think that Democrats should be using this political capital to focus on the midterms and just say, we need to hold the Trump administration accountable and be super vague about it. So you could, earn votes that don't, drift away from you. If I go into pictures right now, I go to law enforcement reforms. I know that my chat has already seen this, but maybe there's some new people who jumped in for the content. Renee Good needs to define officer caused jeopardy and prohibit officers from knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provoking a use of force scenario resulting in death or injury. And if they do, they need to be open to civil suit. Some of you guys are going to say that he's going to be open to criminal. I would fight that, but who gives a fuck? In reference to the Preddy shooting, the belief that a gun was present led to the death of an unarmed man, and as a result, law enforcement communication needs to be codified. And I think that if you yell gun, 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 that needs to be codified as somebody has a firearm and they're going for it, right? And then if you yell knife, 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 then you're saying they have a knife and they're going for it. Whereas if you say disarmed, 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 what you're trying to communicate is there's a weapon on scene, but you have secured it. And codifying that is going to save American lives. I also think that law enforcement officers should still rely on imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as guidance to when they can use deadly force. But I think law enforcement officers, in reference to edged weapons and improvised weapons like golf clubs, baseball bats, screwdrivers, garden shears, all that kind of crap, they need to be trained with man catchers, riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, etc., to capture people with edged or improvised weapons. That way we could actually probably cut law enforcement homicides in half. Then I would say all cops need to be trained on the signs of drug overdose and positional asphyxia to reduce in custody deaths. And then chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category, but otherwise restricted. Or net guns. I know Hedonic Samuel keeps saying that they want to see net guns. Sure, net guns could be cool. But anyways, the point is that, like, if we focused on these things, yeah, the pretty good Floyd Act, right? Fast and bulbous. Tell me that I can't talk to, like, dude, I need to go to Max Frost's office and I need to say, hey, this is what we need to do. Where the fuck is Maxwell Frost's office? He's somewhere around me. I need to go to Maxwell Frost's office and say, we need to do the pretty good Floyd Act. That would be funny. The pretty good Floyd Act. And we should do these proposals because I think these proposals would actually save more lives. Anyways, I see a lot of funny chats, but I cannot respond to them because I'm going to interrupt the flow. I'll try to respond to some of them as soon as I can.
Going pretty astonishingly, in my opinion, considering we went from a year ago, around the time of the election, the country had very obviously shifted right on immigration. And then a year later, it's like 55% now support abolishing ICE. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And so there's an opportunity there to do kind of like a repeal and replace situation, but you would need to pair it with, like, you need to do two things. The first thing you would need to do is signal to the public that the Democratic Party still believes in some kind of enforcement mechanism for border security and immigration policy.
Patriarch says, Connor, if you read this, you're gay. Hold on.
And then the second thing you would need to do is you would need to pair a policy of abolishing ICE with specific reform asks. 1,000% mandated body cameras at all times with significant punishments for officers that do not comply. Way more training protocols, way more screening protocols to make sure that we're not hiring people who are prone to abuse power. You can propose, like, I'll leave it to the policy wonks. I'm sure there's like 10 other specific reforms that you could push. But as long as you do both of those things, then I think that there's a path that's forming right now to galvanize support for abolishing ICE. You just have to be smart about it.
What about abolish
this is-
Trump's ICE? Like, if you put the Trump qualifier on that, like,
I like it.
No,
kinda like,
I mean, I kind of like that. Yeah.
It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. I'm just gonna say it doesn't hit.
Yeah, it hits better. Dude, once again, people I think you're wasting political capital. That's all I can really say in reference to this topic is no. I just wanted to stare into your eyeballs because Patriarch called me gay or got me to read a chat that said that it's, I was going to be gay if I read the chat out loud. I've already told you guys I'm gay for Henry Cavill. Like if Henry Cavill walked up to me and he was like, "Hey, I want to play Warhammer with you and cook you food and give you back massages for the rest of your life," I would 100% be gay for Henry Cavill. So, I mean, I think I just want to like play Warhammer and get a back massage from Henry Cavill, but like I'm not gay for anybody else. Okay, like I don't really want things in my butt, and I don't really want to put my thing in anybody else's butt. But for Henry Cavill, I might make an exception, right? So, like, yeah. Anyways,
The same.
I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna
think
call
we'll cover the whole spectrum of the like worried about it IRIs to the like fucking get rid of all of these people in Nuremberg them, abolish Trump's ICE. I think
You guys can do that. You guys can do that. I'm gonna go grab my abolish ICE shirts. I do, however, think in terms of optics.
Hi, my name's Connor. I'm calling because I actually worked with a non-governmental organization or a PAC called Progressive Victory a year or two ago, and we worked with Congressman Maxwell Frost in reference to a topic. And I was hoping to make an appointment to try to discuss another collaborative project. Go ahead. All right, hold on. Reading that back. Yes, I know you guys can hear. Hold on. Florida, was it 100? Oh, okay. Scheduling. Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. Then I'll email that. That is his scheduler, so they should be able to send me an email back and say whether or not we have an appointment. Okay, cool. Then I'll do so. Sorry, what's that? I'll be super detailed. Thank you. You too. Bye now. We can hear you, right? Florida is a two-party consent. You think that I'm going to get sued for asking for contact information in order to email someone about a political project? Are you dumb? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh my God. Some of you legitimately have fucking autism and it pisses me off. Holy shit. I'm going to read the super chats and I'm going to ignore everything else you guys have said for the past 2 minutes because you thinking that I'm on a phone call really quick. And I was just like, hey, this is a good idea. Let's go ahead and make a forward movement on this thing. And, I call, they actually pick up. It's not voicemail. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'll focus on this for a second. Then you guys are like, oh my God, you're on the phone. We can hear everything you're saying. It's a private phone call. You're going to go to jail. You're in a two-party consent state. Fuck out of here. Dude, you whoever said that or thought that, you straight up have autism. Okay? You have autism. Go to the doctor. Get medicated, get ADD medicine, get ADHD medicine, get bipolar medicine. As a matter of fact, just get the gamut of meds and fucking swallow them. That was fucking crazy. Okay? Holy shit. You think I'm going to get arrested for calling a public business line and asking for contact information? You understand that like two-party consent is for like when you're recording someone in order to embarrass them. Once again, you have fucking autism. And I'm sorry for getting angry, but that was crazy. You are a crazy person. Okay? Christian Blair's with the 50. Pretty good Floyd act. Could we have a tribute like this? Oh no. Is it an AI video involving George Floyd?
United at home. The world is going through difficult times, and America too, actually. So last night, I knew we were gonna do this, and I made a special record. So this record is in honor of George Floyd, and I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So, shout out to his family.
So even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed.
Okay. That's enough of that. Jen Winkler for the 10. Thank you. Queen. Hi, busy today. Ice sucks. That's all. Thank you for the super chat, Queen. Appreciate you. I'm going to ignore everybody who was crying about the phone call. Old School says, Henry Cavill eats crumbly cookies in bed. I'll forgive him. I eat cookies in bed. Okay? I eat cookies in bed. That's going to be our gay problem. If we're both messy, that's going to be a huge gay problem. Tricky Paris says, Connor's being dumb. I'm sorry you're having a rough day. It's okay, dude. The anger, the heartburn, the heartburn's so bad, I belch because I'm actually like sufficiently angry with chat that I'm borderline having like a gas anxiety attack. That's just, it's part of the content, man. Like I hate to say it, but chat getting me so worked up and content getting me so worked up that I am like borderline on the verge of having like a middle-aged panic attack. That's just, it's just me, bro. It's just me. It's just me. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm trying to open up my sticky notes so I can type and so I can post something. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I got the email saved. It's a scheduler. So for all I know, I'm going to send this email. They're not going to be interested in talking to me. They're going to be like, Maxwell Frost is a bigwig. You can't just expect to get a meeting just because you have a cool idea. See, I like it when politicians are small. You can always meet with like a local representative. I sent an email to a local rep. I got within the week I was meeting with them. So with Max, it seems like he's in DC. That's what they were saying. It's like, is it going to be in person in DC? Or is it going to be, somewhere else? Is it going to be virtual? Include those details in the email, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to type up as professional as an email as I can and see if he responds. So anyways, back to it. Doot, 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 doot.
This is the name of the act that I'm proposing. The Renee Good and Alex Preddy Justice Act.
Ooh.
And you do the kind of Lake and Riley act.
Lake and Riley thing, yeah.
That's so good. I'm not even kidding. That's so good.
Just it hits, and you make the mandate. It's a dual mandate: internal immigration enforcement for the new agency, and respect for constitutional rights. And that's the number one mandate: is respect for the rights of the American people. And that needs to be a new culture, a whole new culture. And anyone who's in government who's wearing ICE, will make that a crime. Any kind of ICE shirt, any kind of paraphernalia, crime.
Whoa,
abolish ICE.
I'm not sure how I agree with the last part.
Yeah, wait, what?
While on duty.
Jeez.
Oh, no First Amendment issue there. Is it a uniform? Is that a First Amendment issue? No, not.
Can Henry Cavill interfere with an ICE operation? Absolutely. He's fucking Superman, bro. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Sacred Snow says, I probably am autistic. I am watching online politics. However, I won't apologize for being overly cautious about litigation when dealing with orgs that tend to backstab. All right. Love you anyways. Sorry for freaking out.
Off duty, on duty.
These motherfuckers.
I think obviously, even if it doesn't violate the law, the First Amendment, like
How would it
principle
violate
of
the law to say that it's not allowed as part of your uniform to wear ice? If ice is abolished, non-fun. How would that be a First Amendment issue?
I'm not. You're a lawyer, okay? So
That's right.
I would have. I would like. I know in Tinker v. Des Moines, and like this is different, obviously, but like
That's a school case. That's a school case.
That's a school
That's
case.
a school case involved.
Yeah, well, QC John, you're like, I don't understand what Pisco's pushing for. What is he talking about? Yeah, so he's talking about like he wants to repeal and replace ICE. He said there was like two things that he wanted them to do. One of them was, immigration enforcement, but the other one was respect for constitutional rights of people. And you would start from scratch. That way you could like bake that into the character of the new organization. And he was saying like, while it's being repealed and replaced, or in the new organization, if there's hangers on who wanted to, bring back the old ICE because they think the new one is like hug a thug pussy shit, then he would ban people wearing ICE merch and ICE ideas while on the job. That way they can't protest for like a more violent, fucked up organization while working for the new organization. It's kind of like a silly concern. I don't know if he's baked or not, but maybe we should all get baked into it. Then Neil says, Connor, what if we started a grassroots movement to set up a date with you and Cavill? I mean, I would go. I don't want to freak him out, like let's say that 10 years from now, I'm actually like a multi-million sub YouTuber. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I could stay at 100 to 150 subs for the next, or 100 and 150 viewers for the next 2 decades. I have no fucking idea how this job is going to work out, but it's going good now. So I'm assuming it's going to go better in the future. So let's say I'm like a 10K Andy, a 1K Andy, something like that. Destiny's a 10K Andy. He's been doing it for 10 years. So let's set moderate expectations. Let's do a 1K Andy. Let's say I'm a 1K Andy with 250,000 subs, okay? And Henry Cavill actually wants to hang out for the social media stuff. I don't want to make it explicitly sexual, right? Like I don't want to say like, hey, I was memeing about being gay with you. Therefore, we need to hold hands and kiss. Okay, let's not lead with that with an actual A-list actor, okay? Let's say, hey, Connor wants to play Warhammer, okay? Okay, so let's not, in your emails trying to set this up, don't say that Connor wants a smoochy kiss, okay? Say Connor wants to roll some dice and play some Warhammer, okay? All right?
Kids.
That's
right.
They fucked up, boys.
A cover institution where you're allowed to wear something, you get as part of your freedom of expression. I don't know that, but
and correct, real serious. We should call it the Pretty Good Act. I would want to throw Floyd in there for the positional asphyxia stuff, but also realistically, I think the conservatives hate Floyd so much as a symbol of left-wing activism that naming it the Pretty Good Act, PRETTI space good after the people who have been killed by ICE, that would probably be like solid.
ICE, because it'll distract people and they'll be confused and they'll think that ICE is back, but ICE is abolished.
They killed a mom who literally had stuffed animals in her glove compartment, and then they killed a white Christian VA nurse, Second Amendment enthusiast. They fucked this up. I mean, obviously killing people is wrong, but I'm just saying the idea that they thought that they could convince the.
Sorry, real quick. Andy B isn't wrong. Connor, my personal theory is the reason the right broke was because Obama pressed the racism button in 2012 to narrowly beat Romney, and this is a blowback for that. I do think that having a black, competent, articulate president win an election and then win a re-election and then also be pretty competent, pretty decent. Like obviously like the ACA, a lot of capitalist, fiscal conservative people are going to hate the ACA as a bill. But overall, like, I don't know. I feel like Obama, he might have had some like social justice warrior rhetoric every now and then, but I feel like he was like a pretty decent centrist moderate Dem. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. But I do think it broke their brains because they did think that he was like a hardcore communist. So, yeah. Fast and Bulbous says, I was gay for a man named Alex Preddy, but he hasn't answered my call. Oh, fuck you, Fast and Bulbous. That is dark. I'm going to like it, but that is dark. Bearded Pinecone for 5 says, what will it take for you to be okay with a cop being arrested? It seems like a line is insanely high for you. No. Prove that they committed a crime. Right? Like if a cop just does a murder, like you remember You remember Training Day, the movie where they just like murder a guy under color of law so they can steal money? That's perfectly fine. Or if they steal shit, if they steal cash, if they steal evidence, if they steal drugs, if they deal drugs, if they work with drug dealers, any kind of corruption, any kind of committing violent acts under color of law, where you can prove that they weren't trying to fulfill the law, they were using the law to kill people. Yeah, absolutely burn them. But you need to prove that. And you can't have a situation that could be objectively reasonable and justified based off of like policy in the law, and then just say, oh yeah, well, I think he did it for the wrong reasons, therefore he's getting incarcerated. That's not a good precedent. That's a crazy fucking precedent to set.
Public that this guy was a terrorist who showed up to do, quote, maximum harm and mass murder ICE agents.
Assassin. Yeah.
And then that day, there's videos of this guy leading a prayer for a veteran that died in his care at the VA. I would be shocked if Kristi Noem survived another month politically.
Well, I actually want to ask about that. Do you think that this news about Bovino stepping down, is this because the optics are just so bad? And were they not? If the polling weren't shifting against them, would they triple down and say, nope, fuck it, like we're doing great and ICE is perfect? Yeah.
Of course. This is a concession.
They feel they're vulnerable.
They know that they totally lost the narrative on both of these, frankly. But this one was, in my opinion, much more egregious. He died protecting a woman. He died. That was his last instinct. He died protecting a woman, and his last words were very likely, "Are you okay?"
I want to shout out.
I have totally apolitical friends, and this is anecdotal, obviously, but like the one thing that like gets them actually somewhat interested in politics is.
Okay. So Veld T Wind with the 5 says, would you accept any Leo reforms? 1 second. That shifts risk of harm in favor of the civilian on the presumption that Leo should be qualified to handle it. Yes, and I'll read them to you shortly. Bearded Pinecone says, but what if they can justify it in a report? Well, then you're fucked. All right. So I'm going to read these off briefly, even though I read them again. I'm assuming Veld just came in. Renee Good, that either case law or legislation needs to codify officer cause jeopardy, and if an officer knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provokes a use of force scenario resulting in death or injury of a member of the public, if they are found to have officer cause jeopardy, then I think they should be open for a civil suit and they should be barred from the profession. Earlier, Fatsimo asked, what do I mean by provoke? I mean, as an example, the jumping onto a motor vehicle for a traffic violation, that not only is that against policy, it's like wildly stupid and fucking dangerous. So at that point, I don't think that cop should be incarcerated for killing the driver, but I do think he should be barred from the profession. And I do think that he should be, the city should be open for a wrongful death suit because he violated policy. He violated policy. He went out of his way to put himself in danger. He caused a death that is arguably unjustified. And so as a result, his family should be entitled to a wrongful death restitution in a civil case. Okay. Preddy, the thing for Preddy is I think we need to codify disarmed versus gun when you're screaming. And I do think that kind of gives more grace to civilians. And then finally, the ones, well, actually, here's another two. I guess I'll just keep going. I think cops should, in reference to knives, box cutters, rolling pins, baseball bats, golf clubs, improvised weapons, okay, cops should still have imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So if somebody charges you with a baseball bat or charges you with a knife or charges you with a metal pole, you should still be able to mag dump them and kill them because there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But I think that we should slow down. We should train law enforcement to use man catchers like the Chinese have. We should design and build some extendable man catchers. We should use BOLA wrap. We should use tasers. We should use riot shields. And effectively, we need to sell this to law enforcement as like, we're going to give you more money for training. We're going to give you more equipment. And it's going to be fun, man. Shooting a schizophrenic to death is not fun. It's not fun for the schizophrenic. It's not fun for the cop who committed homicide. It's not fun for the family. It's not fun for anyone. So why don't we make it fun? Like capturing an alligator. Yes, it's dangerous. Hell yeah, it's dangerous. But If cops are willing to take on said risk and they can slow down and use those tactics and tools to get it done, we could probably cut homicides of civilians in the United States in half. Okay. Sabrina says they call me man catcher. Not that one. It's probably still not fun for the schizophrenic, but it's not as fun as it's more fun than getting shot to death. Okay. Patriarch, for the schizophrenic, the person who's like, throwing a box cutter around, it's more fun to get captured than it is to get killed. Right. So that's another thing. And we would also reduce deaths of schizophrenics, excited delirium, drug overdoses, and people with uncontrolled diabetes. All right. Then I think all cops should have to be trained on signs of drug overdose and excited delirium and positional asphyxia. That way we reduce in custody deaths. Then chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force column. Because if you guys don't remember, like Eric Garner was arguably killed by a chokehold because he had heart disease. He was choked out. He was forced onto the ground. He said, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And Eric Garner was either choked to death or killed by positional asphyxia along with his medical issues. So if I could, I would say the positional asphyxia is George Floyd. The chokehold is Eric Garner. The edged weapons are 500 to 1,000 Americans a year. The Preddy shooting is the codification of communications, and Renee Good is the officer caused jeopardy. And if you implemented each one of these solutions, and if you got legislators to actually pass this, then you would save 500 to 1,000 American lives a year. And this is all it's protecting the interest of law enforcement officers to execute their duties lawfully and faithfully, but it's also helping to save civilian lives. Anyways, continuing with the content. I parasocially love you. Thank you for the super chat. Bearded Pinecone says, but what if they can justify it in a police report? Then once again, you're fucked. Okay? It just is what it is.
The ICE raids, is the ICE shootings, because they always do go viral. Those are, on Instagram Reels. That is the one thing that actually gets them motivated.
Are these the conservative friends, or are these
No, these are apolitical,
like normies. Got it. I want to shout out, and this is not going to help the rumors because I usually don't like this guy.
Don't do
Glenn
it.
Greenwald's recent video.
I thought you were going to say someone else there, buddy. Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Yeah, fuck it. While we're at it, I know that I'm interrupting the VOD for the flow or whatever, and I'm fucking it up. But Fellrunner asks a interesting question. So Connor, can you go over mag dump versus precise shots logic? I think you went over it a little bit, but I want to hear the fleshed out explanation. Okay. So, when you go to the range, I might not be answering the question the way that you want me to answer it, but I'm going to answer it as best as I can. When you go to the range and you're shooting a pistol or shooting a rifle, you are doing a lot of things mechanically, bodily. Okay. You're trying to control your breathing. You're trying to line up the rear sight with the front sight. The rear sight is usually either a circle or it's like a bunny rabbit ears. And then it's a front sight post. And the front sight post is normally a vertical line. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to achieve sight picture and sight alignment. So sight picture means that you lined up the bunny ears with the vertical stick. Okay. That's sight alignment. And then sight picture is where you take the bunny ears and the stick and you line it up on the target. Okay. And so if I was aiming at my camera right now, my bunny ears are lined up with my vertical stick, and my vertical stick and my bunny ears are lined up with the camera. So if I pulled the trigger slowly and gently, and I didn't yank on the trigger, there's a high degree of probability that if this was a firearm, I would be able to hit my camera right now. Okay. And that's what you do at the range. But what ends up happening in use of force scenarios is like 90%. Talk to somebody about a home invasion. Talk to somebody about somebody running at them with a knife. Talk to anybody who's ever been in one of these use of force scenarios. And by the way, like arresting someone, I got excited, but I didn't get tunnel vision or almost blackout. Whereas somebody running at me who had just got done like choking his girlfriend almost to death and beating her within an inch of her fucking life and dumping bleach on her body, that guy being naked in red tennis shoes running at me, I had time dilation. I had tunnel vision. I had high blood pressure. I had so much shit that was going on. And so what happens when you get into a situation where you think that you're under threat of death or great bodily harm, what happens is your heart rate spikes, your blood pressure spikes. Sometimes you get tunnel vision, which means that your seeable vision actually drops down to like 30%. Like when I was confronting an armed guy, or what I believed was an armed guy, effectively everything outside of a third of my vision was fuzzy, could not see it. My blood pressure was so bad that I had tunnel vision. Okay. Then, not just that, you have what I would call like gross motor function. Okay. So I forget what they call it, but there's like precise motor function. Let's say that you were trying to pick up an egg gently and you're trying to like peel off like the shell where you don't damage the internals of a hard-boiled egg. That is like precise motor function. Whereas gross motor function is if I take the egg and I fucking smash it against the wall. One is obviously easier to do, a fine motor versus gross motor. Thank you, Airborne Kite. So one is easier to do under the effects of adrenaline, and it's gross motor function, because precision requires focus. And you're not even thinking consciously when you're under the effects of adrenaline. You have tunnel vision, you have high blood rate, you have a high heart rate, you have high blood pressure, all that kind of stuff. And so that is more difficult to do. And actually, arguably with the Glock, this is a little Glock lore. Normally you have a slide release where you can press the slide release with your thumb, but Glock has a really minimal slide release. And when people have criticized Glock for having a minimal slide release, Glock said they made a minimal slide release because they want people to use their gross motor function to manipulate the pistol, meaning that when you reload, you press the magazine button, you insert a new magazine, and then you rack the slide. That's a little bit of Glock lore for you. But so the point is, in my 2 almost deadly force encounters, one in particular where I actually lined up my pistol on the guy, I was pulling my pistol, believing that this guy likely had a pistol. I was lining it up on the guy, and I've been trained to look for my sight picture and sight alignment. So I'm looking for my sight picture and sight alignment, but my blood pressure is so high that I am staring at a giant gray block. Okay. My Glock, which I can normally see, like look at an object in your room that's in front of you, like a little bit of text. Can you read that text? Now imagine that text is just blurry as a motherfucker. And that's what I was experiencing. So the whole point that I'm trying to say in reference to firearms is that you and I are monkeys. Okay. You and I are monkeys, and we've been hunted by bears and lions and rival monkeys. And the way that we've developed biologically is to take rocks and pointy sticks and to beat the other monkeys and lions and bears to death. That's the way our physiology is designed. But when it comes to shooting police officers, okay, or shooting police officers, excuse me, flub, Freudian slip. When it comes to shooting guns in a high risk scenario, you're effectively trying to like meditate, control your blood pressure, control your heart rate, find your fine motor skills again, all while trying to shoot someone who's trying to kill you. And a lot of people are incapable of doing that. All right. So your physiology oftentimes overrides it. So what happens is in that scenario is somebody's charging at me with a knife. I go, oh, fuck, somebody's going to stab me. Pop, 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 pop. And I only hit him with like 3 or 4 rounds, but it's enough to kill him. Well, that's going to happen. If there's a deadly force scenario, that's going to happen 9 times out of 10, and 1 time out of 10, there'll be a guy who just has like ice water running through his veins, and he'll like go, oh, I've already seen and done this 10,000 times. Pop. You know, and even with the pop, like I said, like a single shot to the heart, somebody can run, somebody can operate. If you hit somebody in the heart and it doesn't induce shock, they can operate for another 20 seconds. They have enough blood in their brain and enough blood in their circulatory system to continue to operate for another 20 seconds, which is why you hit people multiple times in the center mass to induce shock. Because there's 3 ways to kill somebody with a firearm, okay? Number 1, which is hard, but it's possible. You can hit somebody in their brainstem, and if you hit somebody in their brainstem with a bullet, it shuts down everything because their central nervous system shuts down automatically because it's been struck with a high velocity projectile. That's number 1. That's ideal, but it's hard, right? Number 2 is exsanguination. Actually, I should probably do induced shock, but I think induced shock is the most common, so I'm going to go into exsanguination next. Exsanguination is the next one, and that's where you disrupt a major blood vessel and they bleed out. They're still conscious, they're still capable of operating, but if you hit like a major artery in an arm or a major artery in a leg or something like that, and it takes them like 30 seconds to 2 minutes to bleed out, they're still going to be conscious and fighting for consciousness, and they're still going to have control of their body. But as Harstar says in chat, they're going to lose strength very quickly. But they still have like 20 seconds to operate, right? They can still do stuff for 20 seconds, pretty much. Then the last way is induced shock. And that's why cops get trained to put as many rounds center mass as quickly as possible, okay? So what happens is your body, if it gets hit with like, let's say it gets hit with 3 rounds and people enter into shock with different levels of force applied to them. You can even see people like tank half a dozen rounds because they're on drugs or they just have the willpower to tank a half dozen rounds, right? And so basically what happens with shock though, is the pain is so overwhelming and the disruption to vital organs is so overwhelming that your body says, hey, we cannot cope with the amount of damage that's going on. We need to shut down and preserve essential systems as best we can. And what happens is oftentimes when you induce shock that way is people lose consciousness. So when you see somebody get hit with 3 or 4 rounds and they just kind of like slump over and pass out, it's not that they're actually like exsanguinated and or struck in the central nervous system. Their body has gone into shock and they've lost consciousness as a result. And so once again, like, somebody put center mass. Paul put center mass, exclamation point, exclamation, exclamation point. If you're a good enough of a marksman and you can hit the central nervous system, if you can hit the brainstem and you're confident you can hit the brainstem in a high stress scenario, snipers do that all the time. Snipers are trained to go for the brainstem because in a hostage scenario, if somebody's like holding a knife or a gun, and you shoot them not in center mass, they might freak out because if they're not in instantaneous shock, they might freak out and pull the trigger and kill the hostage. Or they might freak out and pull the knife and cut the hostage's throat. So snipers, because they're trained marksmen, they're trained to aim for the central nervous system. And as a result, they can get that shot. But most people are not snipers. Most people are marksmen at best, and they're flawed marksmen. I'm a flawed marksman. I am not a sniper. And then what else would I say? Exsanguination is also caused by center mass shots. So the truth is that like, if you're a sniper, go for the CNS if it's contextually appropriate. But if somebody's charging you, then induce shock by multiple shots to the center mass. And that is my 10-minute rant for Fell Runner about how you kill people. So you guys smashed another goal. We're at 35 donations. We're at 3 hours today so far. I'm going to set another goal for 10 super chats. Thank you to the 100 people who are hanging out with us. I hope you had a good time hanging out and bullshitting with me early in the morning. I hope you have a good time watching this content, and my apologies for going on long-winded rants about how to kill people, but I hope that Fell Runner and chat enjoyed it. Let's go.
You almost got me there. Glenn Greenwald's recent video on Alex Preddy, it didn't take a view on the legal justification angle, even though I think that's pretty clear. From my perspective, people can have different opinions. I think it's pretty clear. It just took a look at the lies of the administration, like the objective lies that Hutch referenced. He's an assassin. The fact that they were both parodying each other saying mass.
I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
What were they going to say? Massacre or mass casualty event or maximum damage, maybe. And it is just unconscionable to think that they would be in charge of, for example, invoking the Insurrection Act, claiming all these wild and extravagant powers to conduct war wherever they want to with no oversight. Why would we, if they can't even be honest about things that are happening in front of our eyes that are debunked within seconds, how can we trust them with anything else? And at some point, I think the overreach is going to kick him in the ass, and maybe it's doing it right now.
And they're already coming out and saying they're not going to release the body cam footage, or at least,
Oh, really? They said that?
Yeah,
Fuck.
that was in one of the press conferences. But it's exactly what you're saying. It's like if they're willing to blatantly lie.
Wait, hold on. Are you sure they committed to that? Because I watched the.
I didn't know. She didn't commit. It was just like President Trump has no indication that he's going to do this. Like, instead of being transparent about this, but it could come out later. But as far as I know, they have not signaled that they're going to.
Okay. Yeah.
But to bounce off that piece code, the idea that like we literally can see in the footage that they're 180 lying the complete opposite of what reality is. Same with the Renee Good. They said she knocked him over, ran him over. This guy approached ICE agents with a weapon, like implication being like he's like pointing his gun at them. Like it's just blatant lies. So if they're going to do this, like how can we trust like anything at this point? I feel like I'm a QAnoner now, where it's just like, oh, the deep state, and like I can't trust anything in the government. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, I believe all that shit, and I believe it. And I think the Epstein files is coming back, because this is going to add to this mistrust. It kind of reminds me a little bit, though I was not alive during this era, the post-Nixon era. There was this like kind of during the 70s boom of oversight laws. Think like the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, the Church Committee, all this stuff. When the American people were just fed up with the deceit, the lies, the misdirection and doublespeak about Vietnam and Nixon and Watergate, all that stuff. I just feel like we need to have another moment like that. And that needs to include with it, not just like oversight, but structural reform. And a lot of that is the stuff that Josiah talks about. It's my number one issue is accountability, punishment, and structural reform. And I think everything, maybe some of the great policy prescriptions that some of you have or that non-fund wants to achieve is premised on doing that and implementing it to protect our system and actually have the changes that we want to see be implemented.
I understand where you guys are coming from on this, but I think the public still wants the underlying mission of ICE. Obviously, they're going about it in a crazy way right now that the public doesn't support, with stopping people, racial profiling, stuff like that. But I mean, aren't you guys concerned at all that the Republicans are going to come out with ads in the midterms that say these child rapists are who the Democrats are protesting the arrest of?
Not if you do it right. Not if you do it right. Again, like if you pair it with you pair it with tangible asks, and yeah, I mean that I think it's that simple. I mean, like if there's a way to telegraph a policy, telegraph support for a policy, or run on a policy in a way that makes it very clear that the Democratic Party is obviously not saying that the federal government should have no mechanism to enforce our immigration policy. Yeah, there is a way to do that. And the public, you say that you're worried about the public, but the public's 55%. I mean, there's been a 30-point swing in favor of abolishing ICE.
But I think they're pissed at the way ICE is going about things, not at ICE as a whole. Because ICE operated under Biden and nobody had any complaints.
Yeah, but what's to stop us from doing the counter ads RI, where we take these like sickening stills of all these people pointing guns at these victims who are not like threatening them in any way, and say ICE is corrupt, we need a new institution to like fix our border, right? Like that's all. I think that's going to play so much better than they want to pedophiles and rapists, like just based on what Hutch is saying, the polling. Like we make better attack ads. I think it goes in our favor.
And focus on Americans' rights. Like this is a police.
Okay, two things from chat. I am Simba says, is there not a standardized, clear call with law enforcement right now? No. There's not standardized. So it should be standardized. My super chat still being up kind of makes me feel like Simba and Connor's Rafiki holding it up for showing me off. Oh, I'm sorry, Tezzy boy. I forgot you were a lurker and you might not like it. I'll take it down. Then somebody, I think it's Real Serious. Real Serious says, is Bursa any good? It's the only brand that I can get around here. So I would never trust my life to a Bursa. I love the Bursa Thunder. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Bursa pistols. Okay. Bursa Thunder 380. It's effectively a Walter clone. Okay. And I've seen mixed reviews. So if you buy this, number one, I wouldn't trust myself with a 380. It's a 9mm Kurtz. Can you kill a short? If you can you kill someone with it? 100%. Put 3 rounds in his chest, put 2 rounds in his face, you'll kill him with it. It's fine. But also, if you put 5 rounds into his chest and he's still coming after you, don't be surprised. 380 is not a very high-powered round. So there's a strong chance that you could mag dump somebody and they would still be alive for 20 or 30 seconds, right? I thought you had a Glock. I do have a Glock, but I'm not cheating on my pistol just by liking the aesthetics of other pistols. Relax. It's just Avi defending the honor of my pistol. Jeez. It's an inanimate object. I don't talk to it like it's a person. You freak. All right. I talk to it like it's a person. But still, don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. So anyways, Bursas are nice. But the Bursa pistols... No, not a pistol I have. This is just a pistol that I like. And then if I was to get a Bursa and I was legitimately getting it for home defense or self-defense, I would go for the bigger semi-auto pistol that they have. Because they have this one, I think. I think Bursa does have... Oh, here we go. The Bursa TPR9. I would go for the bigger one, and then I would carry and use this for home defense. So once again, 380 is an okay round. You can absolutely kill someone with it, 100%. It's just I wouldn't trust my life to it. If I could find a Glock, I would buy a Glock and run a Glock in 9mm or 45. If I needed to do a Bursa, if I wanted it to be sexy and I didn't have a lot of money to spend, but I also wasn't betting my life on it, I would get a Bursa Thunder, which is a Walther PPK clone. If I was doing it for actual self-defense or actual home defense or personal defense, then I would upgrade to the TPR9 and just like put 500 to 1,000 rounds through it to just make sure that it was actually running properly. So, real serious. I hope you appreciate my advice.
State it's papers, please. They're wearing masks. Whatever immigration enforcement looks like, it can't look like this. And the institution that we have now has shown itself incapable of operating under the constraints of our constitutional system, and therefore it needs to go. And we need a new agency with a new mandate that puts respect for the constitutional rights, not just of people who are targeted by ICE, but of Americans who are innocent exercising their liberties. And that's what's most important, right? Because you want to just like try to make this about Kilmar Beggar Garcia. That's one thing, right? And I think that matters. And we did see an opinion shift on that. But when it comes to American civil rights, you're gunning down a VA nurse who's trying to help a woman without any justification. We should be running on that still image of the guy with him with a gun aiming at his back for the rest of the midterms. I have no problem with it.
Wait, let Guy respond.
Why not?
Oh,
why not reform ICE?
Yeah, why not?
Hit that
show?
Somebody came up with this. I cannot take credit for it. Hashtag melt ice. Okay? People who want to take it more extreme and want to defund or abolish or whatever, hashtag melt ice is funny and kind of shitposty. And people who just want to reform it or put in stronger rules, they can say they're like, oh, melt ice is like a more... it's like a shitposty thing, but we're rallying behind it because no matter what, we all agree that it needs to reform. So melt ice. Hashtag melt ice, I think, is the best thing that I've heard.
We actually want to do something. I'm just so worried that people are gonna be like, these fucking Democrats want child rapists who are in this country illegally to stay here. I just know how my fellow man works in this country. They're morons.
But they already do that, right, Guy? Like they did that in the Kamala election. It was like, oh, they want to give trans health care to the pedophile rapist immigrant.
Yes.
Like, what's going to stop them from doing it just because we changed the slogan, which might not play as well with the invigorated, angry base, right? Like,
but why that worked was because we didn't draw a line.
Conservatism says he likes icebreaker, but I'm a guy who appreciates keeping shipping lanes clear in the winter. That's not bad either. Hashtag icebreaker or hashtag melt ice. Those are both excellent.
where we stand on the trans stuff. Like, we didn't say what we support and what we don't support. I think that's been a big lesson for me, learned from the 2024 election. We need to draw a line in the sand and stop letting people fill in the gap with their imagination.
Yeah.
Oh, well, of course the Democrats want the federal authorities to help enforce this. I just think when we assume that, we lose.
I think we all agree, right, that the goal here is massive reforms, right? So whatever form that takes place, I'm frankly agnostic. I mean, I told you guys my position, but if this resulted in ICE remaining as an institution, but with a series of significant reforms codified through legislation, I'm happy. It doesn't really matter. It's just symbolic at that point.
What?
Right.
So
I mean, that's
Democrats
why I
are in-
said, like, if you could just get rid of most of the people like Trump hired or whatever, and you had a president that was not, they just didn't have as a policy doing these raids, like I'd be perfectly happy with that. And I'm not sure whether or not you can message effectively on that, but I do have like some basic concern that the abolish ICE slogan is just gonna things could very easily swing back in the other direction.
This is why we need to choose either hashtag melt ice or hashtag icebreaker. But that movement needs to be behind the Pretty Good Police Reform Act, where we institute the changes that I said at the federal level, but then we give local municipalities, city, county, state, we give them, hey, you want federal grants? You have to conform to these standards.
If there's like some publicized like immigrant, killing or of a U.S. citizen or whatever.
Or if there are riots that break out similar to 2020, I mean,
Right.
like we saw support for Black Lives Matter go up to, I think, 55% shortly after George Floyd. And then all of that was erased within 3 months because of the riots. And so if we're in a similar situation,
Yup. So the lefties and the progressives who got blood in their mouth need to chill the fuck out.
months from now, if widespread rioting happens and that allows the Republicans to like seize control of the narrative, which I think would be really fucking stupid. And so I would encourage anybody listening to discourage their friends from doing stupid shit. And if that's the case, then you go with reforms. It's just, you should be dynamic.
My position is the policy I want to see is the abolishment of ICE. Given that it's the policy that I want to see, it is, in fact, what I think we should run on. And it is, I think, the message that we should try to promote. And I think that the way to address it is to focus on the reason why ICE needs to be abolished. And the
Don't worry, I got it. Professional streamer. I was just trying to make sure you didn't have an echo. Anyways, a squad wiper says, yes, let's brainstorm hashtags. That'll win elections. I've already banned you once, a squad wiper. Okay. And the fastest way, I shouldn't be muted now. No, I got green on my side. There better be a stream delay. Anyways, I'm going to keep talking like you can hear me, because it's green on my end. Can you hear me now? 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 Okay. All right, good. A squad wiper. You're being a rude twat, and I already banned you once. So if you're going to be a smug prick, I'm going to ban you again. Okay? We Gucci? If you want to hang out, if you want to have fun, if you want to engage in chat and fight people and talk about interesting political ideas, I'm all for that. If you want to be a smug prick and be a douchebag either to myself or my chat, I'm going to ban you. You don't donate, you haven't chipped, you haven't oiled, I don't know you. You seem like a really unpleasant person. So, yeah, if you keep being unpleasant, I'm going to remove you. All right. Anyways, back to it.
reason ICE needs to be abolished is because they, as an agency isn't separate from its personnel in that respect, non-fun, right? Agencies develop through a course of cultural development over time. Like, one of the horrible things that's happening with the gutting of all these different agencies is we're losing a lot of that internal cohesion that has been built up over decades and decades and decades at like very important agencies that regulate in the United States. And that sort of background culture, that stuff isn't easy to replace and recreate or to fix entirely. And so, given that, I think that personnel and agency and policy are almost hand in hand. I want to get rid of it, and that will help with some of these potential First Amendment challenges if they try to say, oh, you're just coming after us because we're Trump supporters. No, we're just getting rid of the whole agency because of its culture. It's not any particular person. That will have the accomplishment of easy firings of everybody, and they can, if they want to, reapply for the new agency with a new mandate. I think it makes sense from a policy perspective. It avoids a lot of constitutional challenges or other kind of bureaucratic challenges that you could.
It also wastes a shit. I'm just going to leave it unmuted if you guys are saying you can't hear me. A squad wiper, his balls will not heal. I will not unban that guy. Okay. That guy was rude as shit, I think, on Counterpoints Politics. So I banned him there. And then I'm sure I've timed him out here in the past. And then I think he came in on alts as well. So no, that dude is staying banned. If you guys don't have any echo, I'm just going to leave the stream unmuted. Okay. But I think you're wasting a shitload of political capital. Okay. The way that Democrats or Republicans or whatever, the way that they need to, or anti-MAGA, anti-Trump Republicans, the way that they need to be approaching the midterms is like, hey, we need to blunt the MAGA movement. We need to make sure that Donald Trump is a lame duck. We need to make sure that we have enough political capital to stop needless death, misery, and all that kind of shit. And so saying like, we're going to spend all of our political capital on abolishing ICE is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. No working class, middle class American gives a fuck about ICE. They give a fuck about increasing cost of living, people being harassed in the street, and people getting killed by law enforcement unjustly. That's what they care about. If you think it's about, oh, we're gonna stop the mass immigration deportation, you're just not paying attention. Just not fucking paying attention.
Because it has the imprimatur of Congress. And then ultimately, it is addressing the cultural rot at the center of ICE in a way that mere swaps of personnel will never accomplish.
Okay, two things. The first thing, who the fuck is Chud? What is that name? Chudsley Harriet. Who's that guy's got to go, bro.
What's going on?
They're
I'm looking at YouTube. I don't see Chudsley.
Why are you feeding the troll, Hutch?
They gotta go, bro. They're screaming. They're calling non-fauna fascists. They're calling IRI a fascist. They're calling me a fascist. They are spamming that shit. Somebody's got to fucking.
Is it in Twitch chat?
You know why it's not calling
of their chat for Christ's sake.
Twitch.
They're fast forwarding, but there's some dickhead in there. I'm a fast forward because there's some dickhead who's being a dickhead in their chat. So I'm going to fast forward like another 5 minutes, and hopefully we get into Hutch being anti-Hassan and then everybody else freaking out on him.
Somebody got fired. And so, they're setting an example, I think, for the country right now. And I think it's important to remind people, too, that Republicans are vulnerable going into these midterms. Anybody that is in a Trump plus 11, 12 district or state thank you for doing that, by the way. So I
I'm doing that until we can find a way to get rid of the fucking troll.
Any Republican that's serving in a Trump plus 12 or lower district or state is vulnerable right now. So yes, I think we should pressure Democrats right now to hold the line and to pick a fight over this. I think this is worth another shutdown fight. But also, if you live in a district or a state where a Republican is representing you in the House or the Senate, fucking call them, leave a voicemail. You can demonstrate in front of their offices. They are susceptible to pressure in a moment like these. All of these people care about their political futures, and all of them know that they're in deep shit right now. So like, it's not just the Democrats that can be pressured in this moment. Like, we can actually potentially extract concessions here.
Hold on, Hutch. I gotta give you some grief. Are you willing to go 6 months, a year, shutdown on this?
No. We already talked about this. We can retread that same ground. But like,
but that's happening. No, it's so funny. We had there was someone who was a big Hutch supporter in my community, and I love my Hutch supporters, and I love my Hutch supporters. And he was like, he was like from Germany, so he's like, I actually agree with Hutch a lot about what's happening. And he's like, we shouldn't do any kind of shutdown fight based on ICE. That was kind of his position. I don't know if that's your position, but the minute Chuck, I know, yeah, okay, but that was just his position. The minute Chuck Schumer came out and said, we're not going to support this, he changed his mind in the Discord. And I'm just like, are you guys just motherfucking following whatever Chuck says to do, bro? And I'm like, why?
Wait. Didn't Chuck come out in favor of a shutdown?
Yes,
he did. No. I'm just saying. I'm saying that there's a contingent of people. I don't know why. I'm not saying that you're necessarily that. I'm not lumping you in that sense. But I'm warning you that they exist, who I think take this kind of like Schumer maximalist position, which is what like Schumer is this master chess player, and what he decides is clearly what's in the best interest of the American people. And that's what I don't understand sometimes, is how much deference is paid to Schumer among some Democrats.
Do you agree Schumer's doing well right now in this moment?
I think it's the right statement to make. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I thought the same. I thought the statement was good.
Right.
I call balls and strikes. I'm fair and balanced. I always have been.
Wait, guys,
I think that's
really
a great
quick update from Josiah. It looks like maybe Bovino's not gone. Have we backtrack on this? This is a classic Trump flip-flop.
That looks like some random administration person versus reporting from what was
this is Trisha McLaughlin. This is Trisha McLaughlin.
I don't have a lot of commentary right now because I feel like we got a lot of commentary in the first 2 hours and also with the gun breakdown or whatever. So I'm just kind of letting the content flow. So far, my position hasn't changed in reference to what they're talking about, where it's like, and actually I'm with Andy B in chat. So he says, lefties be like, hey, American people, I know you want economic relief, but what if instead we took all of our time defunding an organization that at times actually gets rid of criminals? And it's like, yeah, dude. And then you're just handing the Republicans this total easy dub where you can say like, oh, well, yeah, sure, ICE messed up a few times and maybe we should do some police reform. But realistically, the Democrats just want violent criminals in your community unchecked because they want to defund and replace or repeal and replace ICE, which is like such a waste of political capital coming into the midterms. So I'm actually like, I'm pretty annoyed. I agree with Andy B. I think this is totally missing the forest for the trees. I think it's a waste of political capital. Joseph says politics are purely entertainment, nothing more. Stop worrying about the stuff that doesn't matter. Yeah, that's funny. Joseph, number one, you're on the wrong channel. I don't know why you would have the attitude that politics is just entertainment and it doesn't matter. Also, it does matter. There's 2 dead civilians in Minnesota because of politics. There's billions of dollars of fraud in Minnesota because of politics. There's communities that are fighting each other and killing each other because of politics. There are hundreds of thousands of people overseas who have been killed through negligence because of politics. So I don't know why you're on a political commentary channel saying that politics doesn't have anything to do with anything. I think that's a pretty dumb perspective. All right, continuing.
Laughlin, she's the fucking spokesperson.
DHS.
She's like,
yeah, I don't know. I would trust reporting over her to be. This has happened before. I mean, we've had administration officials come out and deny public reporting on something, and then ended up being true. So,
Chud Logic was wrong. It turns out content does matter.
Okay.
Well, it's also she's playing games there. She's like, he's not relieved of his duties. Nobody's claiming he's relieved of his duties. He might have lost this part of it, but that's it.
It's like the equivalent.
Okay, we got a one-on-one. I'm going to call this guy back, Get Money Dre. I think, let me take a look at what we're doing.
Hey, what up, Connor? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, bud?
I'm going to see how I can, get full screen with just your camera on here.
Sure, and let me pop you out and mute you. So let's do a little summary of the content that we just went over real quick, okay? So number one, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We hit 35 super chats on the day. That's a pretty good day for me. Normally, like a slow day is 20, a busy day is 40. So if we're at 35 and I haven't lost the core of my audience, I'm pretty happy. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, if you got them, my parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here. In reference to this content, though, what I'm going to say, we didn't really get into it, but effectively, this is a pretty strong moment in American politics where we are at a crossroad. And sorry, Dre, I'm just addressing the chat before I come on with you.
Sorry, my apologies, Connor.
No problem. I probably didn't explain what I was doing. So basically, in reference to the content that we were just watching, I think that the ICE shootings should be a rallying cry to get people to realize that the Trump administration is incompetent. But I don't think the way that you spend the political capital that's been generated by Trump's incompetence is by making ICE your focused issue. People care more about the economy. They care more about the cost of living. They care more about the housing crisis. They care more about avoiding unnecessary wars. They care about all that stuff infinitely more than they care about the deportation of people. And so as a result, like even police brutality and police reform should be taken on as a holistic topic, not narrowly repealing and replacing a deportation institution. So I think that the people on this stream are missing the forest for the trees. To be honest, I'm a little burnt. And I did tell Mr. Dre that we are going to do a interview right now. I'll have him introduce himself to you guys momentarily. But honestly, I want to move into a one-on-one because I am wiped out over the past 48 hours. So F this content is what I say. AK Batusai says, sorry, 1 second, buddy. For $5, if the plan is to bank on Republicans staying home for the midterms, the easiest way to get them out to crawl over glass is to vote for banning ICE. Correct. And thank you, AK Batusai. So that being said, we're moving into a one-on-one. Let me go ahead and bring Mr. Get Money Dre on here. Let me pop you out, bring you down, make sure that chat can see you and hear you.
All right, I'm going to see if I turn my camera on for this.
I can see you on my end. So
okay, yeah. We're good?
Yeah.
Everybody's good? All right.
Yeah. And then I'm going to full screen you. And can you tell people who you are, what you're about, where they can find you, and what we're talking about today?
All right. Hey, everybody. Hey, Connor Chat. How y'all doing? My name is Get Money Dre. I am a liberal capitalist, human rights enthusiast. I am a responsible medical cannabis advocate, and I believe in the Constitution and American freedom. I am on No Echo YT on X or Twitter, No Echo Chambers on YouTube and Twitch.
Okay. And I'm an irresponsible cannabis advocate here on YouTube. So let's go.
Love it.
All right, bud. What you got for us today?
All right. I want to first of all thank you for doing this interview with me. I know you're doing a little thing with your stream as well. So I initially got in contact with you through a panel that was sometime last year that we did about trying to stop this administration, quote unquote, because this is a fucking joke, of our government. And I just wanted to get a one-on-one with you to see who you are a little bit more. I know we followed each other on Twitter. You got banned for whatever the fuck reason.
I'm on Neo Counter Connor now. So for those of you who it might be news that I got banned,
I'll follow you on that.
Yeah, I got a 20K account. I got banned because there was a gentleman who said that we need to get unemployment up to 10% because the working class is getting too rowdy and forgetting their place. I posted a SpongeBob "We're gonna kill you" meme, and I got a permanent ban from Elon Musk's Twitter for that. Then
the freedom of speech platform.
Yeah. Right. Then I got a 10K follower account that I built up over the course of like a year of shit posting. And then I had a 60K like tweet effectively saying that Megyn Kelly was a pedophile, a thebophile sweeper for the Trump administration. And then I got a permanent ban. I appealed it. They said they banned for any reason, and they did not tell me the offending tweet. So my suspicion, it was that tweet. And then I started a new Twitter, Neo Counter Connor. But honestly, I'm not like shit posting or grinding it out the way that I used to, because I already got 2 verified accounts banned. So at this point, it's just like meh.
The classic ephebophile defense.
Right. Yeah. There's a difference between 8 and 18, and it's like, all right. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, kind of wild hearing a 40 or 50-year-old woman who got famous for being sexually harassed at Fox News to say that, but that's the fucked up world we're in, so it is what it is.
they'll do anything for clout nowadays. Anyway, so could you get a little bit into your background? I know your chat knows. I want to make sure that my followers, I don't have very many.
Absolutely.
Yet,
I got you. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. So I introduce myself oftentimes as a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Just giving you like a brief synopsis. I was born in Massachusetts. I was raised by Reaganite Republicans, but they're Northeastern Republicans, so they're more liberal than most Republicans. They're still Christian. They're still socially conservative, but they're liberal enough. They don't hate black people just for being black. They don't hate Hispanic people just for being Hispanic, or gay people just for being gay. So we moved every 3 years throughout my life. So born in Boston, raised in Florida, moved to Belgium when I was 8, moved to Texas when I was 11, moved back to Florida when I was 14. And then when I was 17 or 18, I was an angry pothead in high school. And 9/11 had just happened a few years ago. I'm almost 40. I'm not quite 40, but I'm almost 40. And so I enlisted in the Marine Corps at that time. I did a POG job, a person other than grunt. So I wasn't an infantryman, but I did get a lot of really cool training. I enlisted in 2006. I got out in 2010. I went to Japan. I went to Iraq. I went to California. When I got out, I got my bachelor's degree. Then I was a cop in Lake County, Florida for 4 years. And then I always wanted to do YouTube. Like I always wanted to be a writer or a news commentator or something like that.
so I'm getting into here, man.
Yeah, no, and it was fun, but I wanted to have something to talk about first. So in 2019, when I finally got out of law enforcement, I was like, I'm gonna start side hustling YouTube and see how it goes. And so the channel that took off for me first is Warhammer 40K, Counterpoints 40K. I'm up to 120,000. I'm almost done, I promise. I'm up to 120,000 subs on that channel. That channel gets between 500,000 and 1 million views a month, which is, it's not enough to pay my bills, but it's a healthy chunk of change that helps me pay my bills. And then I got an opportunity with Valor Media Network in order to start streaming full time. I said, hey, in order to pay my bills, I need this much money. If you give me 6 months to start streaming, then what'll happen is I'll make more money than I cost within 6 months.
Okay.
And I was bringing in more money than I cost within 3 months. And so as a result, I've been streaming. I've been commenting on politics since 2019, but I went full-time in April, and I've been able to maintain full-time since April.
Okay, that makes sense. You said your parents were Reaganite Republicans. When we first interacted, you consider yourself a never Trumper or a never Trump Republican. Is that true? Is that still true? Did you switch parties? Are you still registered as a Republican? Like, what is
yeah, so I was registered with the Republican Party in 2024. I plan on voting for like Nikki Haley or even Ron DeSantis in the primary, just so we could have somebody who wasn't like a total sociopath in the White House. Unfortunately, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis dropped out before the Florida primary, so I just didn't vote in the primary. I did vote for Kamala Harris as a lesser of two evils, but I think if oftentimes I'm accused of being a rhino, a Republican in name only, and I'm just grifting to the liberals and just telling them what they want to hear about the Republican Party. But I think that those accusations should be relatively disproven over the past 48 to 96 hours. In reference to the Renee Good shooting, in reference to the Mr. Preddy shooting, I've taken a pretty harsh stance that my audience does not agree with. And even though we're still friends and I love them, and I think they still love me, it's a wildly divergent stance that is not beneficial to me. The stance, I should have just said, ICE is evil, Trump is evil, guys. They're just bad, and there's no way to understand this shooting. And instead, I basically gave them Republican propaganda talking points. So they hate me, but they still love me for that.
Okay, so what was your opinion on each of those respective shootings?
So
my listeners,
let's break it down. So let's just say that we're in a time capsule and nobody knows what we're talking about. Renee Good was a gal who was protesting ICE. She parked her vehicle in the middle of the roadway and she was arguably obstructing traffic. law enforcement officer from ICE who does have detention powers walked alongside her vehicle in front of her vehicle once, which is arguably officer caused jeopardy, meaning that he's putting himself in a dangerous situation where he might have to use force should she choose to accelerate forward. Then he walked around the vehicle. He got her face on video camera, got her. And as a former law enforcement officer, I'm also commenting from that vantage point as well. He got her license plate. He walks around the vehicle again. And then he walks in front of the vehicle as he sees other officers coming in to detain her. And he decides that he's going to be a part of the detention. So he's walking to the driver's side. Well, she backs up and tries to take off and flee and elude. And it's close. So I think he can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. He shoots her in the face and he kills her. And so for me, from a legal point, as far as what's going to happen, I think that it's going to be ruled a justified shooting, that he's not going to face policy violations, even though arguably he did violate policy by stepping in front of the vehicle. I don't think he's getting charged at the state level. I don't think he's getting charged at the federal level. And as a result, he's gonna walk. And this is going to be ruled a justified shoot. However, all of that being said, I do think there's areas that we could reform law enforcement. And if I was to try to pass legislation and or get new laws out of the scenario, I would try to codify a concept called officer caused jeopardy. And this is where a police officer either knowingly, maliciously, or negligently puts themselves in danger to force a use of force scenario. And I think that should be codified and modified through policy and law.
As someone who grew up with a mistrust of the police, grew up in a situation where police weren't very trustworthy, I would agree with you there that we would need to codify a law to protect civilians from officers trying to bait them. You could argue theoretically that the shooting of Renee Good was justified force. Do I think she was trying to hit him? Fuck no. But the situation at hand was, you can argue that because he was in front of her car and she did drive forward. She was making a hard right turn if you look at the wheel and another angle.
Yeah, I think
he wasn't trying to kill him, but he could argue that. And because he could argue that, he will get off.
Right. And I think that I agree with you that his intent was to flee or elude, or her intent, excuse me, was to flee or elude. But at that point, fleeing and eluding is not a capital crime, right? So like you don't get to kill someone just because they're fleeing you, right?
Forgive me if I'm wrong.
No, go ahead.
But the officer, they've been trained to shoot disable the car, shoot the tires, shoot the engine first. Is that?
I think that's a myth. That's more true with.
I'm not familiar with law enforcement.
That's more true with the military. So, for instance, the military with rifles, machine guns, this, that, the other. If a vehicle is charging a convoy, then they actually are trained to shoot the engine block to disable the vehicle. But with cops, at least with local law enforcement, I haven't heard anything about shooting tires or shooting engine blocks. I haven't heard anything like that.
Okay. I just wanted to get your, because again,
that might be mixing military stuff with law enforcement stuff, because that's true in a military context, but I don't think it's true in a law enforcement context.
Okay. So for this most recent shooting of Alex Preddy, what are your thoughts on that one?
You're going to hate me by the end of this conversation. So it's with Alex Preddy, I make a variety of presumptions based off of the officers on the ground. Okay. And the way that I see it. So number one, I'm going to concede up front that the first cop who started pushing the lady and pepper spraying people, he was just mad. Okay. I want you and your audience to hear me when I say that. He was ass mad. He was angry that women were challenging him. The women probably weren't a substantial threat to ICE officers. However, what we perceive on the outside, what the officer perceives on the inside, and what you can write into a police report are three different things. And so I get this is the way I still think the officers are going to get off on this one as well, because what the officer I think is going to say the first, and I'll try to combine all three officers and I'll try to be quick. First officer is going to say, well, if I wanted to chase a subject across the road, they're approaching my vehicle. They're within 6 feet. They're blocking my access. Therefore, they're obstructing and impeding me from conducting law enforcement operations. Therefore, they're violating this law. And this is one of the laws that ICE can arrest for. Then I ordered these women to disperse. They refused my lawful order, which is a violation of this law. Okay. Now, at that point, he's chasing them across the street and he pushes one over a curb, which he could still argue is like, I'm trying to get them out of the roadway and attempting to get them to disperse. Okay. Then at that point, Mr. Preddy, and I don't think Mr. Preddy, I think Mr. Preddy's a good man. You know, he's dead now, but I think he's a good man. I think he was exercising his First Amendment right to film law enforcement officers. I think he was exercising the Second Amendment right to carry a concealed pistol. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. But Mr. Preddy has an override of his morality over legality where he steps between a power-hungry cop or an angry cop and a civilian and puts his hands on the cop. Well, at that point, he's obstructing the cop from doing his lawful duty. And on top of that, you just put your hands on a cop. I argued this with Pisco, who's a lawyer. I think that you could probably charge him under like assault of a law enforcement officer. Now, is it weak? Is it a weak charge? Could it get thrown out by a judge? 100%. But can a cop detain you and arrest you at that point? Absolutely. And so what ends up happening is all the cops at this point, which I think it was like 6 or 7 cops, they all swarm and they're going to arrest the female who got pepper sprayed and the male who got pepper sprayed. They start fighting or whatever. Well, what ends up happening is the guy who grabbed Mr. Preddy's gun is exposed. Okay. He has it at like the 5 or 6 o'clock position. And an officer, 6'7", Paul, wildly inappropriate, but I'll do it anyways. So, so Mr. Preddy is down and he's not complying from a law enforcement perspective, because complying from a law enforcement perspective is throwing your hands up and saying, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender, right? That's complying from a law enforcement perspective. But at the same time, he just got pepper sprayed. He's getting yanked on by 6 cops. So we don't expect him to act perfectly. And it's kind of crazy to expect him to act perfectly. But what ends up happening is a cop sees the gun, he grabs it, pulls it, tries to run away with it. And I don't know if it's him or if it's somebody else, but somebody yells, and we've seen the video footage today, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. So assuming that the officer who's right there in the green, who actually shot Mr. Preddy first, assuming that he did not see the grab and the other officer running away, he pulled and shot Mr. Preddy dead. This is another scenario where if he reasonably believed that there was imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, then he could have taken action and he's going to be legally cleared. Dollars to donuts right now, if you said, hey, Connor, bet me on this, I'm going to put like $50, maybe $100 that he's going to be cleared of the shooting. However, the same way that I said officer cause jeopardy should be codified into law going forward for the Mr. Preddy shooting, what I would codify is if a police officer sees a weapon and you're going for your weapon, they should yell gun, 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 knife, 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 knife to alert officers that people are in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. However, if you've disarmed somebody, then I think that they should codify communication and say disarmed. And that's what they should yell. They're notifying the other officers, there's a weapon here, but it's secure. And then therefore you wouldn't have this death.
Here's the thing. I genuinely think the ICE agent who shot Mr. Preddy and the one who shot Miss Good were joined ICE because they wanted an excuse to shoot somebody. Like, obviously, can I prove that in a court of law? No. But from what I've seen of the videos that I have seen, and also articles I've read about the people who are all of a sudden joining ICE, I think they joined because they wanted an excuse to hurt people and kill people. Will they get off in court? Yeah, they'll get off on self-defense or justified shooting. I don't doubt for a second.
But that's where, so you're not alone in this thought. Matter of fact, Pisco, the guy that I was debating yesterday, who's a lawyer and he's a smart guy and he's from New York and he's in the debate space and he knows how to throw elbows and all that kind of stuff. He actually just said straight up during our conversation / debate that he believed that the guy who shot Mr. Preddy saw that the gun was disarmed and he just wanted an excuse to murder someone. He basically says this guy's a serial killer who was looking for an excuse to murder someone and he finally did it, right? Now,
I agree with him. I agree with the
well,
lawyer.
I mean, that's fine. But we got two options here, okay? And this is a lot of people are giving me a lot of flack on Twitter and everywhere else about
I'm not
this
here to
take.
necessarily argue with you. I was trying to get your perspective and have a productive conversation. So I'm not trying to come at your throat.
No. It's all good. I just want to articulate this. So we got a lot of lefties or whatever, a lot of liberals. They talk about systems, right? So we got the black community has disproportionately poor schools, over policing, bad after school activities, not enough economic opportunity, food deserts, et cetera, et cetera. And then we wonder why there's correlated negative outcomes for black adults. Well, we didn't give them like a good start as children, so why we would expect them to have good results as adults, right? And that's not 95, 97% of black adults do have good outcomes, but it's still not as good as other communities, right? So if we can talk about systems,
we're discriminated against. Even
well,
today,
right, there you
they're
go.
discriminated against in job hiring, in school hiring, and even law enforcement. And they also have a shorter leash when it comes to being punished either in school or by the law. Like what a white person can get away with, a lot of times a black person can't.
Well, I don't know if I agree with you in that respect, but what I would say is that if you and I were to try to break bread and move American society in a better direction, what we could agree on is let's fix the systemic issues. That way everybody gets the best shot possible. And so the reason why I bring that up is because we could try to convict law enforcement officers with the laws on the books, but I think that you and I just kind of agreed that based off the laws in the books, we expect that they're not going to be held accountable criminally. So the only thing that we can do, in my opinion, is taking the political momentum and energy around these shootings and then advocating for police reform that is actually going to save American lives. And I have a ton of suggestions for that.
I'll hold that thought. I want to ask you some more questions about your background and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, were you always a never Trump guy, or did you vote for him but are disaffected?
Always been a never Trump guy. The first time that I said that I couldn't vote for Donald Trump was in 2015 when he called John McCain not a war hero or a coward or a bad soldier or something because he was shot down. Meanwhile, Trump himself had dodged the draft multiple times due to flat feet and all this bullshit.
Bone spurs and feet.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
And John McCain, you can hate John McCain's politics. You can think that he's a bloodthirsty, neoconservative, warmongering villain. And that actually doesn't affect my calculus at all. John McCain enlisted as a naval aviator, which is already a dangerous job. Landing on aircraft carriers is dangerous as fuck. Then he was shot down over Vietnam. Then he was tortured in a Vietnamese prison, and he got his fingers broken in the Vietnamese prison. And when he had an opportunity to escape, because he was the son of an admiral or something, and they said, "Oh, if we do this prisoner exchange, we'll give you back this guy because he's important, but you need to give us this guy in the prisoner exchange." He said, "No, I want to stay here because I'm important enough that if they torture the other people here, if I leave, they're going to torture them even worse." And so all of that is
That's
again,
admirable.
you can hate his politics and think he's
admirable.
evil. He's a noble
I have
man.
nothing but respect for the man because he was willing to serve his country. Because I never served in the military myself, but my mom, she was a nurse. She worked with veterans and stuff like that. And she tells you about the horrors that they experienced during wartime. And it's holy shit.
Yeah.
People risk their lives. Maybe not for the best causes all the time, but they risk their lives.
Right. And so basically Trump lost me the second he said that. And I was like, I can't vote for this guy. He's an R slur. And then my parents were never Trump, but then they voted for him in the first election because they wanted to secure the Supreme Court. But then, of course, what ended up happening was COVID was mismanaged. Roe versus Wade was repealed. I don't care about that personally, but obviously lots of people care about that, and it affects our society and all that kind of stuff. So he had enough disastrous effects in Trump, the first term. And then January 6, 2021, I was like, okay, I was right to not vote for this guy because he just tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States, everybody else is going to wake up to how big of a piece of shit he is. And then now we're here in 2026 now,
Oh, you
and
have
he's
no
the
idea
president
how
again.
wrong you were with that.
Well, hold on. Part of the reason why I'm a Republican too, or at least I consider myself philosophically a Republican, Republicans ostensibly, the way that it was told to me is that Democrats are about the demos. They're about the people. And if you look at the way Democrats talk about politics, oftentimes they root their rhetoric and policies around that way. The working class is, disaffected. Black folk are discriminated against. Trans folk are discriminated against. They're always talking about the rights of the people and how to institute policies to affect a more just world. That's how Democrats typically see the world. Whereas Republicans, they normally appeal to like business expertise or military expertise, or they're typically appealing to the elites of society. And they're saying, let's put the elites in charge of society. That way they can craft good policy that makes everybody's lives better. Now, what's happened over the past 20 or 30 years is that maybe even longer, Republicans have not tried to make America better. They've just tried to cut taxes. And so as a result, everything's gone to shit. And then now a person like Trump can win.
That's a great way of putting it. I historically was an independent because, again, I liked the Democrats' view on people and human rights and trying to make a more just world. Like those are things I believe in. But also, I historically, anyway, not so much now, like the Republicans' view on trade, business, and capitalism.
Yeah.
Now,
no. I mean, I love
bullshit, right? They're tariffing everyone for no fucking reason. A trade war, buying companies apparently, which reeks of communism. I'm sorry, I have to say it. It reeks of communism. And the things I liked about Republicans, I no longer like. So yesterday, I officially changed my affiliation from independent to Democrat because of it.
I mean, I'm probably still going to I'm probably still gonna vote Democrat as needed in order to balance the scales. But for me, I still think that the principles that I was raised with, like Burkean conservatism, which I wasn't raised with, but I read about later when I came up with social conservatism, fiscal conservatism, I think they all have steelmans, and the steelmans are worth fighting for. It's just that the Republican Party has bent itself out of shape to try to accommodate MAGA in the Trump movement, that they no longer have any kind of principles that you can coherently talk about. And I think the movement is collapsing because of the contradictions.
Oh yeah. So the Republican Party used to be the business party, or they marketed themselves as that. Now it's whatever the hell Trump says.
Yeah, it used to be the business, family, military, law enforcement, country party, and now it's whatever Trump says.
Who did you vote for in the 2016 primary as a Republican?
I don't think I did. No. If Rubio was running, I voted for Rubio. I don't think I did, though. But I will tell you that I abstained from voting in the general because my position was I'm not going to vote for Trump, but Hillary Clinton, to me, we were talking about this the other day, from a policy perspective for like neoconservatism. So basically like people who are military hawks overseas, Hillary Clinton was actually like a good candidate. But the problem was that Hillary Clinton did not like guns, did not like DC versus Heller. She talked about gun control all the time. I'm a huge Second Amendment guy, so that turned me off.
That's another thing I like about the Republicans is I'm pro 2A all the way.
Right. And then not just that, but the immigration at the time. So somebody actually called me out on my bullshit and I got caught flat-footed. So at the time, I was more Islamophobic back then than I am now. Like I have Muslim friends. They're cool, all that kind of stuff. I didn't have a lot of Muslim friends back in 2016. I'll put it that way. But effectively, like I did not want to take in 250,000 Syrians during the Syrian civil war because we had the Bataclan attack in France. We had the Bastille Day attack in France. We had the Christmas truck attacks in Germany. We had the Pulse nightclub, which happened 20 minutes away from my house. We had the Boston Marathon bombing. We had the San Bernardino shooting. Like basically, if you look at the thousands through the early tens or whatever, particularly with the end of Al Qaeda in Iraq and the rise of ISIS, we had dozens of terrorist attacks in the Western world. And so I was just thinking to myself, it's like, okay, well, if Hillary Clinton gets into office, she's going to bring in 200,000 Syrians, and then we're going to have a terrorist attack eventually, just off of numbers. There's going to be dozens of Americans who are dead because of the bleeding heart of the Democratic Party. And I'm not interested in that. Americans are my tribe. I want to protect Americans. But what ended up happening was somebody brought up, like, hold on, was that Hillary Clinton's policy or was that somebody else's? And then we looked it up. And what had happened was a non-government organization. Hillary Clinton had, she'd proposed 60,000, but an NGO had said 200,000. So Fox News and all the conservative outlets had said Hillary Clinton said 200,000. So like, there's still a grain of truth there. There's still the way that I feel about it, but that's just to show you that like propaganda cuts in every direction.
That's the thing is, I was never Islamophobic, or because like my dad was a Muslim and my mom was a Christian, so I was around a lot of different kinds of people. I get not wanting random people in your country. That's a very reasonable thing to do, but like blanket discriminations are never good.
His Muslim ban was disastrous. It was totally insane. Like it punished normie Muslim families. It was not an attempt to say, hey, we want the doctors, the engineers, the nice people, the normal people. We're like, no, we're going to screw everyone over. And so as a result of screwing everyone over, I was like, all right, fuck this guy.
The reason is because because the ban that he made specifically targeted people from certain nationalities in certain countries. Even with the new ban he's trying to implement as well, is screwing over people with certain nationalities in certain.
Yeah, it's not targeted at all.
It's racist. It's a fucking racist ban, if you want to call it that. They're just targeting people from primarily Africa, and you can see now with the hatred towards Somalians that's become fucking normalized. I never thought I would see that day in America.
Well,
in the 21st century.
Well, how old are you? How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm 25. I've seen racism. I've seen white people scream the hard R at black people. At white people say mean, nasty things towards my friends and to me. But I never thought that this would be a government policy in modern America, because I was not alive from the civil rights movement. I was not alive for any of these, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Bill, I wasn't alive during the 60s and 50s, obviously. But I was alive for, the past 25, 6-ish years. And I never thought that the government would return to like fucking George Wallace or what's his name? Is that his name? The
segregation forever guy.
Like JD Vance openly said, we have a Somalian problem, and he's openly trying to court white supremacists to vote for him.
Yeah. Well,
the guy's a fucking clown. No wonder his mom chose Percocets over him. Like, if he was my son.
Well, now you're talking about JD Vance.
Okay. If JD Vance was my son, I'd be a fucking drug addict too.
All right. Well, we got we don't have to be careful for the show purposes. I don't care at all. But I think that what we need to
First Amendment.
But what we need to be aware of is the fact that what's happening is everybody is angling for what's going to happen post-Trump, right? Because Mike Johnson has said he's not going for a third term. Donald Trump seems to have like kind of grabbed the shoulder of, JD Vance. And then, but it also looks like Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis are also angling for a run in 28. So we don't know how that's going to shake out.
I think if one of those guys were to be the Republican Party leader, I think that if I were to, I'm not gonna bet on like politics or whatever, but if I had to place a bet, 28, I think the nominee would be Rubio.
I mean,
I would-
honestly, weirdly enough, I would be pleasantly surprised if it was Rubio. My frustration
would
with
not.
Rubio, though, is that he has made himself complicit in the Trump administration through his actions in reference to PEPFAR and USAID. And some of the stuff that he did is unconscionable. So for instance, like, out of the USAID budget, which I think was 40 billion, we cut 10 billion of it, which is a 25% reduction. And then we said, oh, we're going to roll this into the State Department and it's going to be better and this, that, the other. Well, one of the programs that they cut was called PEPFAR. It was $6.5 billion a year. It was signed into law by George W. Bush in like 2001, 2002, something like that. And what ended up happening was this was a program that provided retroviral medication for people who had HIV and AIDS. And it prevented people from being born with AIDS, or it allowed people with AIDS to live for longer. And so it's estimated that this program has saved 25 million lives over the past 2 decades. So if you look at the war on terror killed like arguably 200,000 people in Iraq, and it killed 200,000 to 300,000 people in Afghanistan in what was effectively civil wars. That's 500,000 people. So you can lay all that blood at the foot of George Bush and say, hey, this is your fault for military adventurism. If I was George Bush and I was going to God, though, I'd be like, hey, but I also did this PEPFAR program and I saved 30 million people and I thought I was doing the right thing. So that's where, for me, Rubio being a part of knowingly killing several 100,000 people with HIV, it kind of stains him in a way that I don't think washes out easily.
Yeah, like I would not touch any of the Republicans that were involved in whatever the fuck this was. I would consider maybe voting for a Republican in an election, but they have to have been cleaned from Trump.
Well,
you
know what they
can't
can't do?
Needle in a haystack type shit.
Well, what's scary to me, though, is that they've always talked a good game about the principles of what Republicanism is, but they've never actually followed through with a policy that reinforces that. They oftentimes just cut taxes. And so for me, I think in order for me to, I could like resentfully vote for like a Romney Republican. And what I mean by that is, let's say it's Zoran Mamdani, you know, like a Muslim socialist from New York. And he's talking about like socialist or social democrat policies at the local level, or even like the governor level in Florida. And then my other option is a Romney Republican, like milquetoast neocon. Well, I'm going to pick the Republican. But if I'm given the choice between Gavin Newsom, a California Democrat who hates guns, but realistically, he doesn't have enough political capital to pass an assault weapons ban, and a let's say like a MAGA Trump cultist like person, then I'm going to pick Gavin Newsom. And that's what I'm going to do. Like left or right, I'll pick the moderate versus an extremist. And then between two moderates, I'm going to have to evaluate which one I think is actually better for the country.
I disagree with Zoran Mamdani on a lot because I'm moderate center left. He's extremely far left. But I would pick him over a fucking MAGA guy easily.
Maybe.
Like I would.
I might just not vote because I do think the extreme left freaks me out. I got a ton of liberals in my chats and they're not freaked out about it at all. But the extreme left does freak me out.
I get why. But I would choose a Zoran Mamdani over a Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Sure.
In this hypothetical scenario.
I can understand how you would do that, but for me, I would either have to make a choice over who I thought was actually going to do the least amount of damage, or if I thought that they were both extreme and they were going to do damage in different ways that I hated, I might abstain.
I get your reasoning behind it.
I don't like abstaining from voting. I think in a trolley problem, if you can calculate like less people will be hurt by this, then you should pull the lever.
Being hurt.
But if I can't figure out who's going to be worse while pulling the lever, then I might just not pull the lever. I just might watch the train crash.
I want to bring the conversation, you being a former law enforcement officer.
Sure.
We're going to talk about January 6, 2021. So I remember when I was on that day. Matter of fact, it was a really fucked up day. But as a law enforcement officer, when you saw those people who were supposedly back the blue go and break into the fucking White House, what was your first reaction?
Well, my first reaction is that Trump's a liar, but these people are good intended idiots. And what I mean by that is like, let's say that we had proof positive, you and I, everybody in the country, we have evidence that the Democrats have engaged in outcome determinative voter fraud. Okay. They got hundreds of thousands of dead people, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, hundreds of thousands of people overseas who did not vote. They do not remember voting in the ballots. And yet they stuffed the ballot box with millions of votes that made Joe Biden the winner illegitimately. Okay. If we had evidence that that had occurred, then I think storming the Capitol in order to overturn the election, even if it's illegal, is moral. But we don't have that evidence. We have the opposite.
Yeah.
We have Bill Barr, who was Trump's DOJ for a really long time, saying we don't have evidence of outcome determinative fraud. We have a lot of people like the Georgia electors or whatever who were bringing boxes out or whatever. We had Georgia, effectively the Georgia State Police, the GIB or whatever they're called, GBI, excuse me. We had the GBI saying, oh, those were ballots that were brought in earlier, and we have videotapes of them being valid ballots. That was not a part of the scam. We have sworn written affidavits from truck drivers in the Northeast who said that they were driving in hundreds of thousands of stuffed ballots. That went nowhere. And so if you don't have evidence of the outcome determinative fraud, you can't prove it in court, let alone out of court. Let's say the courts were all corrupt and we couldn't prove this in a court of law. But let's say Trump had proof positive, like, look, guys, look at the evidence. Here's like 500,000 dead people who voted and we know they're dead and here's how. Then I would change my tune instantaneously. But since we have the opposite amount of evidence, I think the January 6th rioters are effectively useful idiots for a cult.
Yeah. I want to talk to anyone who might be a January 6er on here. I feel bad for them. Like, a lot of them were wasted their lives over this shit. That years they'll never get back, even though they got pardoned. My thing is, these people are fucking cannon fodder. Trump doesn't give a fuck about them.
He got Ashley Babbitt killed.
Yeah, a lady died. Just like, what do you think about I think she was trespassing and the officer was right to shoot her.
Oh shit. What was I thinking? Somebody was arguing recently. Oh, well, if y'all think Ashley Babbitt is unjustified, then these ICE shootings are unjustified too. I think it was the guy from the Bulwark. I think his name's Tim Miller. He's kind of like a centrist, gay Republican or whatever, but he became a Democrat. So Tim Miller, although he does beef with the far left, which still makes me happy, but Tim Miller was saying, if Ashley Babbitt was unjustified, then these ICE shootings are unjustified. But for me, it's the opposite. The ICE shootings are justified, and the cops on January 6, 2021 will be justified in killing more people. Okay? So Ashley Babbitt was shot because she came through a broken window, right?
Yeah.
And they were already barricaded. There was cops already pointing guns at her. There's no reason to think that she has like a benign motivation for going through that window. And same thing with like other January 6ers. If they were beating the shit out of cops trying to get into the Capitol or whatever, like, you might not want to fire into the crowd because it could make them even more angry and make the riot worse. But I think that legally you could absolutely argue imminent threat of death or great bodily harm and open fire. So, anyway, so I actually feel like the Capitol Police showed an incredible amount of restraint that day. And Trump got her killed.
Yeah, no, Trump and his fucking cult definitely got her killed. These people wasted their lives, years in jail, and she got killed, and some people got hurt too. For Trump's bullshit. Like, the January 6ers, your audience is gonna hate me for saying this. These people are victims of Trump.
They probably won't
victims-
hate you. They're libs, so they think everybody's a victim. It's fine.
Maybe the far left will hate me for saying that.
No, I was just giving my chat some shit, but sorry, keep going.
Yeah, somebody like these people are victims of Trump's lies. They wasted their lives. They wasted their day even marching on this shit. It was a cold day then too, on DC, and on Capitol Hill, they wasted years of their lives in jail with court appearances. I mean, they did break the law, unjustifiably trespassing a fucking government building where lawmakers were with the intent to harass them. One guy took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Well,
Made
I
himself
mean,
look like a
and like
clown.
we should deal with legality versus like morality. I think that's
Yeah, I know.
based,
Like,
definitely illegal.
Yeah, separately speaking, he made himself look like a fucking clown for Trump's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like these people wasted their lives. And this is what I want to talk to all if a Trumper is seeing this by chance. He doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't even know you exist. Because you want to be part of something. You're willing to go along with shit that even hurts you, affects you negatively. Especially if you're in the lower echelon of income making. Trump's policies directly affect you in a negative way.
Oh, yeah.
And just because you want to be a part of something doesn't mean you have to go along with this bullshit. Find like a fucking group, like a sports team to be a part of, or a fucking outside of work club or something.
Well, I think the neocons and the neoliberals do have themselves to blame, though. So, are you still there?
Yep, I am still there.
Okay, I lost your video for a second. So I think the neocons and the neoliberals do have themselves to blame, because when neoliberalism is typically it's an economic philosophy that effectively says that deregulation is going to increase growth. Therefore, let's deregulate, let's increase economic growth, and everybody will profit when the economy grows. And then I would say neoconservatism is stating that America needs to project power overseas, and it needs to promote liberal democracies and republics as much as it's capable through soft and hard power. And so what's happened is the neoliberals have gutted the American economy and made the working class and middle class of America nowhere near as mobile as it was, 40 or 50 years ago. And then, or actually, I would say 70 years ago. And then what I would say is that the neoconservatives have committed to so much military adventurism that the American public is now exhausted. And so, within that political gap, that political power vacuum of no longer trusting neoliberal economics or neoconservative foreign policy, they allowed Trump to get through because they weren't presenting an alternative vision that was actually beneficial to the American people. They were effectively fleecing the American people. And I do think it's going to take like a rededication to actual principle, actual virtue, actual good policy in order to gain the American people's trust back. And until we actually have principled people at the highest echelons of government trying to make the United States better, we're kind of fucked.
So, last question of this interview. I would still like to stay on if that's okay, but for the interview purposes.
Yeah. I just might have to dip in about 13 minutes just because I have another commitment. But yeah, I mean, ask the question and then I'm happy to hang out for a bit as well.
All right. So last question of this interview. Where do you think America should go for here? How do we undo all this fuck up?
Well, number one, appoint me dictator. I can be trusted with power. But assuming that that's a bad idea.
I don't do that. So
assuming that that's a bad idea, then I think we have to rededicate ourselves to actual principles. So for instance, like I know a lot of people don't like Jordan Peterson, but I think the one thing that he was right about is regardless of whether or not the world is going to hell, we as a community and us as Americans should wake up and we should try to take something that is in chaos or bad and we should try to make it better than it was every single day. And that should be like our life's orientation, is taking something that's either disordered or bad and making it a little better. Then I do have two more phrases related to that. So one of them is a German proverb that says, even if the world were to end tomorrow, I would plant an apple tree today. Okay. And that's the attitude we need to take, because we have like a lot of like apocalyptic, crazy things going on in the world. And we have to have the balls and the vision to follow through on good things. Then this one's a little bit longer, but if you'll indulge me a minute. Another parable that I really, really, really like is that there's 1,000 starfish washed up on the beach, and there's a young man running around grabbing a starfish and throwing it into the ocean. And an old man walks by and he tells the young man, hey, there's thousands of them. There's no way that what you're doing is going to matter. Like, most of them are going to die by the time you get to them. So you might as well stop trying. And what the young man does, undeterred, is he picks up a starfish and throws it into the ocean. And he says, it mattered to that one. And I think that's the way that we need to approach politics, is even if we're really small. I mean, I have a small stream. It's only 50 to 150 people, depending on the day and the topic. But even within my small corner of the internet, if I can impact the people who I talk to and about, if I can make their lives incrementally better, if they can make their neighbors' lives incrementally better, and as a coherent whole, we can all take incremental steps to making the world a better place, then we can add up the total of our incremental goodness. And then hopefully that is enough to change the world even marginally in the right direction. And that's what I would encourage individuals to do. Of course, systemically, it would be nice if somebody in power stopped being stupid as fuck and started implementing good policy.
All right. Thank you for the interview. Make sure to subscribe to me. Follow me on Twitter at NoEchoYT, No Echo Chambers on YouTube and Twitch. And thank you for the interview, Connor. I'm going to hang up and then recall you to hang out a little bit, because
okay,
I'm just
sounds good.
My video and then
go for it.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We do have 70 people here. I'm probably going to talk to them for another 10 minutes or so, just because I don't need to. I want to. I'm going to be real. I'm tired. I've been getting my digital media wiener kicked in for 48 to 96 hours. You guys have given 37 super chats, which is pretty much 40 super chats, which is a really good day for us. And then what I would say, what? Andrew Wilson? No way. Andrew Wilson episode of Joe Rogan Experience just dropped. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Andrew Wilson? No way. You know we're watching that tomorrow, right? You know we're watching that tomorrow, right? No way. No way. Listen, man, it's not that Andrew Wilson isn't clouded up, but you understand that if Andrew Wilson is on, that means Destiny should have been on. You understand that? You understand that? Who's Andrew Wilson? Andrew Wilson is a Christian nationalist conservative debate lord who bullies digital prostitutes on the internet. That is funny. That is mad funny. So, wow. That's crazy. All right. While I'm waiting for this guy to call me, let me go ahead and thank everybody who's donated. So, Grassroots with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, Anonymous with the 20, Grassroots with the 10, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos. It's Dubwa with the 5, Exponential Entropy, happy I didn't lose you, with the 20, Gilroy with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Real Serious with the 100, Sacred Snow with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 20, Jeb Kush with the 2, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos, to be clear, Airborne Kite with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Fashion 40 with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos. Whew. Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Vazraka with the gifted, Beef Supreme with the membership, Beef Supreme with the 5 gifted. Thank you for not running away from the community, Beef Supreme. Thank you for not screaming and crying and, squirting blood out of your eyes at me. I appreciate that. Tezzy Boy with the 10. Thank you, Tezzy Boy, for being my second favorite orbiter. Thank you, Vazraka, for being my favorite, not orbiter, excuse me, lurker. Thank you to Tezzy Boy for being my second favorite lurker. Thank you to Vazraka for being my favorite lurker. Solidus with the 2, Airborne with the 5, Christian Blair's with the 50. Thank you for the Oil King. Jen Winkler with the 10, Old School with the 2, Real Serious with the 100, Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Bearded Pinecone with the 5, Veld with the 5, Bearded Pinecone with the 2. Hold on one second. Let me answer the call. Hey, buddy. I'm still here. I'm just reading out super chats real quick, so give me a second.
Go ahead.
Bearded Pinecone with the 2, AK Batusai with the 5, and then Daniel Mayer with the 5. Thank you so much to the people who donated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Ice Koozie says, hey, did you ever review Nick's debate with Sneeko over Venezuela or his debate with Keith Woods over Greenland? No, but remind me of that because that is content I would 100% cover. So I'll write it down. Nick versus Sneeko Venezuela or Keith Woods over Greenland. I actually like Keith Woods' content.
Is he like a far right Trumper or?
Yeah, Keith Woods is not a Trump guy. He's an Irish nationalist. And what I mean by nationalist is he's a ethno-religious nationalist. He, okay. Cat sitting on me said something spicy, but that's okay. That's okay. All right. Anyways, nationalist, that's just what nationalist means. I know what you're saying, Fatsima, but not everybody uses your bullshit. So for instance, if I'm an American nationalist, I can be proud of Hispanic Americans, Black Americans, Jewish Americans, Asian Americans. I can be proud of every American. And arguably, you could argue that the United States is going through an ethnogenesis where we're forming a new people out of multiple tribes. So as an American nationalist, I wouldn't be an ethno-nationalist. Whereas Keith Woods is arguing that, like, no, Ireland should only have Irish people in it. And he's actually pretty well versed on dissident right-wing and fascist philosophy. But anyways, sorry for yapping so much, Get Money Dre. Tell me things. Tell me things.
All right. So the thing with America is, like, white supremacism and white nationalism is directly antithetical to what America is. America always had multiple people in it since its founding, even before its founding. It's always had the natives. It's always had black people.
Yeah,
It's always had like
the white nationalists, though. The white nationalists would say that for the vast majority of the American history, though, it was primarily Northern European stock that was granted citizenship in the United States.
Yeah.
Native Americans were considered a rival nation. Black people were considered slaves and therefore not human beings, although that wasn't fully true in the North and the Northeast. And yeah, so they would make that argument. They also read a lot into the phrase, like, we are forming this country or this nation for us and our posterity. And they get a lot of use out of that phrase because effectively, like, posterity, at least the way they use it, means descendants. And so they're saying, like, oh, well, if the original founders were white and this is for our descendants, then people from different nationalities can't be a part of it. But I do think it's bullshit, especially in reference to, like, late 19th, early 20th century. I don't think we've been a white Christian nation for a significant time period, or exclusively white Christian nation for a significant time period.
We were never really, there was no state religion in America. In 1787, during the Treaty of Tripoli, this concluded America was not founded solely on Christian values.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson was one of the crafters of the First Amendment of the United States. And one of the things that he said is that, this was in reference to the Commonwealth of Virginia, though. He said, neither Jew nor Hindu, and he spelled Hindu, Hindoo, or Mohammedan, which he spelled Mohammedhan.
Muslim. It means
But he was
Muslim.
referring to Muslims. Yep. He said, never Jew, nor Hindu, nor Mohammedan, nor pagan should be barred from office. Now, he was saying that in response to the Virginia Commonwealth, and there were other states that did argue that there should be a religious test in order to hold office. But I think ultimately that's been nullified by the Supremacy Clause.
As long, like, for a long time, I like what the white nationalists argue that it was a white nation. I mean, we've always had diversity, but yeah, I mean, I'm aware of the history of racism in this country where only white people were allowed to be citizens. Only people who were considered white were allowed to move here in large amounts. There were obviously diplomats and stuff from other countries that moved here and got diplomatic status, but up until 1965 with the I forgot what it was called, but it was like the 1965 immigration. It was Hart-Celler, yep. With that act, which eliminated preferential treatment of indiscrimination for people trying to move here.
Well,
that was
and
the Hart-Celler Act, number one most important and greatest act, I think, in the past 100 years.
Well, another thing too that's interesting though was there was the Chinese Exclusion Act there for a little bit. I think that was late 19th century, but in the late 19th, early 20th century. Well, real quick, because this is just important. There was a Chinese gentleman who had American. They were Chinese parents, but they were not
U.S.
diplomats.
first Wong Kim Ark.
Yes. And so he went back to China to visit his parents, but then he came back to the United States and they tried to deny him entry, and he appealed it, and they said, "Oh no. He's a citizen because his parents were not diplomats and they were under the full custody of the United States when he was born. Therefore, he's a U.S. citizen." And so, I mean, right there, like if you actually believe in jurisprudence, right there, the white nationalism thing kind of fucking dies.
Do you think that they'll overturn Wong Kim Ark? Like, there's supposed to read a case this year that could potentially overturn it.
No, there's no way. So ACB, I know Amy Coney Barrett, they like to vilify her a lot. But Amy Coney Barrett is somebody who is not only like a really strong Christian, a really strong Christian conservative, she's adopted family members who I think are from like Haiti or some shit. So even if she's like giga conservative, doesn't like abortion, doesn't like non-Christians, this, that, the other, there's no way in fucking hell that she's voting for a reading of the law that is going to block Asians, blacks, or Hispanics from becoming United States citizens. I think a snowball stands a better chance in hell.
That will only make it 5 and 4, though. Like there would still need to be another.
I still think it's too extreme of it. I mean, like one of the conservative justices.
We will lose
black?
so much of our standing in the world if this passes. I don't think it will. But the fact that this is even being debated in the first place shows you how fucked up things are right now.
Yeah, but hopefully it's being debated because it's on its last leg. So, for instance, like when an animal fights the hardest is when it's cornered. So maybe we're seeing like a ton of anger and energy because this ideology is on its last legs.
As a law enforcement officer, what do you think that cops can do to regain the trust of the public, especially in Black and brown communities?
They should go for my police reform. So they should appoint me dictator of America and let me reform the law enforcement officer.
But hypothetically, if that was impossible, which
it's not impossible. Let me share the policy that I actually think would happen. Yeah. So American law enforcement should, I wrote this down, so if it sounds like I'm reading, it's because I am. American law enforcement can still rely on imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as guidance for when they can use lethal force, but cops should be retrained in reference to knives and improvised weapons like golf clubs and baseball bats and screwdrivers and gardening shears to adopt a European-style disarmament tactic to save more human lives. Cops should be equipped with and trained with riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, capture devices to reduce the deaths of people experiencing drug overdoses, excited delirium, schizophrenia, and uncontrolled diabetes. So the reason why I say that is because probably half of police homicides are related to people who pose a deadly threat, but it's with like knives and baseball bats and all that kind of stuff. And so if we were retrained to capture those people instead of kill those people, I think the Black and Hispanic community, part of their resentment towards law enforcement is the casualness with which like Black and brown, and let's face it, working class white life is snuffed out. So if you like pick up a screwdriver and you're having a bad day and you're drunk or you're experiencing a psychotic break, well, a cop just shows up and like mag dumps you with a pistol within a matter of seconds. Whereas if there was like a concerted effort to be like, no, this is a member of the community and we value their life and we, want to save them. And then you actually try to save them. Then American citizens would feel like cops were on the same team instead of murderers.
Like, historically speaking, especially, there was a 2006 report by the FBI saying that white supremacists were infiltrating police departments as a way to get power.
I mean,
And
I'm
that-
sure it's possible. I just don't. I don't think that would be statistically something that I would put a lot of cachet into, unless somebody could prove it. Like for instance, like if somebody is internally a racist, but they do their job perfectly as law enforcement officers, I don't know if I care about the internal process of a law enforcement
legally
officer.
do anything as long as they're not like. That's the problem. The thing is, because there's a lot of racists that are choosing the career path of cop. I grew up like a lot of my friends were harassed by the cops. People I knew were harassed by the cops. Like I have a severe mistrustment of law enforcement. Like,
Well, as
I
a
know
former
in some
pothead or current
communities-
pothead, you absolutely should be.
in modern, not in modern America, but like some communities, I was hearing that they had to have the cops live in the neighborhoods and the areas they were serving. Would you be supportive of a measure like that? That way they can interact with the community.
I'm supportive of the measure. That way they feel like a member of the community. But particularly with some rough communities, that cuts both ways. And what I mean by that is I would not require all cops to live in the communities that they police. Because, as an example, if you know that community members know where your house is and all they need to do is get a gun or a knife and they can attack your family or attack you while you're on the way to work, then, and I mean, that's already a threat in law enforcement as it is. But if you're living in the community and it's super easy and you can't defend your house and your family at all times, then effectively, like, what are you going to look the other way on if you know that hardened gangsters can murder your family if you do the wrong thing? And so it's kind of like, it's like a rare thing. I think it's a good thing. Like the community police officer, the guy who like writes parking tickets and helps out with the parade, that guy should live in the community. But the actual tactical cops and the actual patrol cops, maybe one or two of them should live in the community, but not all of them.
I have a few more things that we should talk about.
Well, I was going to say we hit 2, and I do have a prior.
Okay.
We're at like 2:06,
All right,
so I got to run.
But
What I would say is you can either DM me, or if you think it's substantive enough for another topic, or it's like a debate or whatever, just DM me and we'll pick a date.
Yeah, I'll definitely like to talk to you further about police as a whole, because we may differ. We have a few differing opinions on that, but
I'm sure we do, and I'm sure my chat would cheer you on in some of your stuff. But I am going to run. I'm going to engage with chat for another 30 seconds, and I'm going to dip out.
Chat. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, chat. Thank you for having me. I love talking to y'all.
All right. Well, appreciate you. Hope you have fun in Twitch and YouTube politics. We'll catch up soon.
All right. Sounds good.
Bye, buddy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to dip. All right. I don't have to dip. I want to dip. All right. So thank you to the 37 people who donated. I already thanked everybody except for Daniel Meyer. Thank you, Daniel Meyer. Our two major political parties seem to be more about counting voter blocks than repping an ideology, looking at New Deal era Southern strategy. Yes, correct, Daniel Meyer. And we're going to have to un-F that in order to get it done. So in order to actually get something done that actually benefits the American people. But I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to dip out. I'm going to go hang out with some friends tonight. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And yeah, thank you for a great stream. I appreciate you guys. Block your earballs. I'm about to play the outro. Bye.